we're going to be playing End of Lines from novabox. Thank you very much, novabox and Fern, for giving me a Steam key for this game. This is an interactive graphic novel for the PC, Mac, Linux, and Nintendo Switch. So, yeah, let's see. Nora, but mother, you can't give up. Oh, this is the start? Nora glares at me, her face rigid with anger. Wait. I don't answer right away. I look out through the gap between the hangings and the blinding light that strikes the arid ground. I cannot go out before nightfall anymore. If I attempt it, I will founder, struck down by the breath of the jinns. I hardly recognize the landscapes of my childhood in this barren wasteland. Our lands have always been arid, but before there were oases and the semblance of peace. Journeys were always attended by song. But time has passed long ago. Today the dance of the burning winds is fiercer and fiercer. I hear it like the senseless rhythm of dissonant thin days. And I know I have no time for falling into melancholy. I have to explain my decision to my mother. Nora, do you remember the fable, the lion, the panther, the tahuri, and the jackal? My question disconcerts her. Her anger abates a little. Yes, mother. So done. Oh, I'm the mother. I thought I was Nora. Respect prevents her from expressing her frustration, but I can almost hear the exasperated growl that tries to escape her. It makes me smile. Her fiery temper has always stirred my affection. She recites. The lion, the panther, the tahuri, and the jackal had to share out their kill. The jackal offers to do it and makes 4 equal shares, but the lion is unhappy with his share and kills the jackal. So the tahuri offers to share out the kill and gives half to the lion. She stops. That was a little fast. You forgot the end. The end? When the lion asks the tahuri who taught him this method of sharing. What is a tahuri? Um, she frowns. Of course she remembers. The tahuri answers that it was the blow that killed the jackal that taught him. Tell me, my daughter, would you rather be the jackal or the tahuri in that story? She shakes her dark mane. I'd prefer to be the lion, of course. But that's not the choices. Don't you agree, mother? I prefer the panther. That's the most desirable position, of course. The panther? Forgotten by everyone? Yeah, she may be forgotten, but she does not submit. We have neither the claws nor the fangs of the lion. In any event, power is a curse. Let the others brawl over the scraps. Let us take our small share without fuss and keep ourselves safe. I beckon her to come and help me up. She comes immediately, and we take a few steps across the worn rugs that cover the floor. Anyway, it's been a very long while since there were any lions or tahuris or jackals. That is true, but I have something else on my mind right now. How old is your son, Nora? He'll be 7 next spring. So many years we've passed trying to leave this desert. Yes, mother. How many companions have we lost? She looks away. 21. I choke her hand. She hides her sorrow, but I know that each one of their names is carved on her heart. We cannot continue like this. Our tribe is no more than an exhausted huddle. Yeah, we should be together in these times. 21 people, that's a lot. We're too slow, and the heat will kill us all in the end. And do you truly believe that staying here will save you? We can certainly survive for a few moons. Your task during that time will be to lead the most stalwart among us to a more welcoming place. But mother, I don't want to leave you. Listen to me, Nora. I've reached the end of my journey, but you haven't. He tries to interrupt, but I raise my hand for silence. You and Rafik, you'll choose from the volunteers. Yeza, Celia, and her brother, Amin, will certainly go. You'll also take your son and your husband, Camille. He will be your guide to find a better land. Camille, our guide? I allow her for a few seconds to digest this information. Yes, Nora, you have all the qualities of a great war chief, but to survive this time, he needs a panther. Not the lion. She nods. I understand, mother. I take her hands. Of course you understand. You didn't choose him by chance after all. Yes, perhaps. I've always known. Good, so go and get him. I need to speak to him. And gather everyone together. I'll announce my decision at nightfall. Are we going somewhere? Nora leaves my tent. I sit back down again to await the coming of the gentle-hearted outlander. He's an intensely just man, and he's also the only one among us who knows the ways into the north. The only one who could navigate amongst the wreckage of his world adrift. A few minutes later, he enters, swathed in the blue robe that Nora made for him. Camille's poise has increased with these last years. The journey suits him. He comes toward me with deference. I suppose Nora has explained why I've summoned you. Yes, she has, matriarch. So will you agree to guide the company through the remains of the world? His gaze is far away for several seconds. I have no idea what life outside the desert is like now, or if there's any life left. It's true that we've had no contact with the outside for several years. The last we heard, wars and epidemics had struck all the cities. That was more than 10 years ago. There can't be much remaining outside the desert. I fear to find nothing but ruins. He takes a moment to consider. Where should we go, in your opinion? I suggest that you return to where you came from. Our lands have become uninhabitable. I'm afraid that mine won't be any better, at least not for much longer. Each year, the seasons are hotter and drier. That will have to stop someday. He says nothing but gives a little shrug, won't it? Well, not necessarily. Explain yourself. There was a theory when I was young. It was called the Venus theory. What is it? If global warming reaches a certain magnitude, there are multiple tipping points which could lead the planet onto a path where the climate becomes out of control. He pauses, looking for the right words. That's so. That's to say that the phenomena triggered by the global warming would continue to add carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and so would keep increasing the warming exponentially. And we could do nothing to stop it. The greenhouse effect would become so strong that it would eventually boil the oceans, making all life impossible. That is already happening. I'm silent, shaken in spite of my relief by this apocalyptic vision. Like, I need a date for this. They think that that's what happened on Venus millions of years ago. The Venus theory. Oh, so it came from Venus. And you believe we are on the path to the same thing? I don't know. It's a very striking theory, but I think it's quite unlikely. I encourage him to continue. From what I understand, the climate would be more likely to stabilize once the carbon emissions had ceased. And in fact, I believe that's where we are now. So, you're optimistic? Not really, because even if we concede that life on Earth is not in danger, the climate stabilization will take time, and I don't know what will remain of the human race after the next century. What is the timeline on this game? No matter what, life has become impossible here, but other habitable places must still exist. I refuse to believe that the 21st century will signal the end of humanity. It is pretty unlikely, saying that there's still a decade before the 22nd century. Okay, 22nd century. Perhaps we've still got some surprises ahead of us. Whatever the case, it's time to see what we can do to adapt to this world. As you say, we've reached the end of a cycle. One story finishes, another begins. A story that's for you to write now. In end of line, certain situations can lead to a change of narrator. Oh, cool. Some of your decisions can influence the identity of the next narrator. Most of the choices offered to you favor one of the following archetypes. The lion. Oh, okay. That's why they told us the tale of the lion. The lion, the panther, and the jackal, right? Or the I forgot. Favors the direct approach and confrontation, seeks to arm themselves and strikes first. Is suspicious of others, always expects the worst, is ruthless. The panther avoids confrontation, prefers to flee danger, displays doubt, doesn't like to stay in one place, sacrifices themselves for others. The tahuri. It looks like a jackal to me. I still don't know what the tahuri is. Seeks out social interaction, eagerly accumulates wealth, strives to establish exchanges, will manipulate others, prefers a sedentary lifestyle. Choose wisely. Oh, basically, this game is a reflection of who I am. It's basically gonna be like that, a reflection of who I am. I already know it. Oh, I didn't read the first part. It will soon be a year since we left the clan and the matriarch behind us. Oh, they left the matriarch. To my reflection, yeah. If I choose wisely, diba, we'll know what path we are. If we are a lion, a panther, or a tahuri. It feels like an eternity with crossed lands and seas until we're worn to the bone. Now that we've stopped walking, it's oddly silent. There's no sound but the wind and the crunch of the grains of sand between our teeth. The sky is red, or is it? It's so hot that it feels red. When did it stop being blue? And there's this mound of stones, a religious relic, probably. And the ancient road that I guide our little company along used to be traveled by pilgrims. But today I have no use for your religions and gods. The only thing that matters to me is our survival, especially that of Sam, the only child in our company. My child. I checked the map entrusted to me by a poor woman a few weeks ago. She said that this was the only road that we could still take. This road should take us north to a more welcoming place, toward the land where I was born and that I left more than 20 years ago. I don't know how much it has altered. Everything has changed so fast. I hope you'll find a place fit to live, where we can settle in peace. Rafiq breaks the silence with several groans as he unburdens himself off his back. He allows himself a mouthful of water and grumbles under his breath before turning to me. I'm dead. Yes, we're all worn out. Rafiq gives a small smile. I don't know. Norris doesn't seem to be suffering too much. He jerks his chin at Nora, who I agreed to marry over 10 years ago. I smile back. Nora never seems to be suffering too much. You're forgetting the day she gave birth to your offspring. Oh, where is your offspring? A laugh escapes me. I've forgotten nothing. That was precisely the day when I realized that she was stronger than you'll ever be, Rafiq. So we are. Oh, is it because we clicked the center character earlier? That's why we are getting Camille's POV. Sure, that's right. And in the meantime, it's me who's lugging the equivalent of her weight around my back. I roll my eyes. Don't you get sick of complaining? Never. We should have exchanged you for a mule when we had the chance. Rafiq laughs. That would have been one of your rare, rational decisions. My decisions are always perfectly rational. If that was the case, you'd have decided to marry me. Now it's my turn to laugh. You're not in Norris League and you know it. Would you have accepted? Ooh, would you have accepted? Oh, interesting. Of course not. What am I supposed to do with a shrimp like you? And anyway, you're right. Nora's the strongest of us. She'll bury us all. The words pull me back to the harsh reality of our quest. The good humor has passed like a too light breeze. No, not at all, Sam. He grips my shoulder kindly and answers with a solemn face, as though making me a promise. No, not Sam, of course. Wait, who's Sam? Sam is their offspring? We joined the others to set up the camp. I head toward Inaya and so on to help them get settled in Inaya. The couple had recently joined us. They'd been trying to survive as best they could in the ruins of the edge of a big city. They were fortunate to meet us. We avoid going to near the cities in general. These days, violence and sickness hold sway there. The path we're following crosses small villages instead, long deserted. Inaya and Soan wanted to join us. Our life of traveling is hard, but I know that it's the only course. The droughts and the heat waves which forced us to leave our lands have continued to hit more and more regions. Those rare places where it's still possible to subsist will inevitably disappear. Everywhere we go, there's no other choice but to leave. Since I couldn't abandon the couple to certain death, I agreed that they could come with us. They're still young, but they have been courageous and grateful so far. They're gentle, considerate people. Sometimes I get the feeling that they're too fragile for this existence. Sam covers. Oh, yeah, Sam is their child. Sam comes over to cling to my leg as I cover our tent to protect us from the heat. I ruffle his hair and affection. With affection. Can I drink, Daddy? Yes, of course. I gave him my flask. We're not going to die of thirst, right? Oh, yeah, right. They're in the desert, so. Is this like a water meter? Is it possible to die in this game if we run out of water? Good question. No. We've still got reserves, and soon we're going to cross an old river. There'll be some water for sure. Come here, I'll show you. I put him on my knee and I show him the map. It's a worn old paper scattered with lettering in language I don't understand, but the lines that cross its surface are still readable. You can still even see some landmarks, some I think I recognize, like the mound of stones that used to shelter a religious symbol that we're camping near today. Sometimes the lines separate the neat, branching decisions we will soon have to make. We trace the fragile lines with our fingertips as they fade and reappear across the tears and creases of the map. Sam's small hand and mine discovered the possible futures in the tracks that await us. Will they be strewn with pitfalls or pleasant surprises? Probably a bit of both. Whatever the case, these lines guide us toward the hope for a more welcoming land. We cling to that hope, but in truth, we have no idea what we will find there at the end of the map, where the lines end. The end of lines. Dun dun dun! That's the title of the game. Chapter 1, Wake Up. I know this font. Shit, I know this font. This is one of the most used fonts in 2015, I think. Oh, that's a scary visual. And scary music. Wait. The noonday sun has shortened the shadows. Toward the horizon, the dazzling, relentless glares draws salt and water to my eyes. Salt and water. I try to swallow. My throat is like sandpaper. The water is precious. There is not enough. I suddenly feel very guilty of drinking water. All of a sudden, I think of my father, of his life of before. Did he know? Wow, the difference. Look at this. And now they're living at in the desert. He leans against the bar as usual. On the bar, a double espresso in a disposable cup. Did he know the price to be paid for those few drops of bitter petrol black liquid? As I come through the glass door, he absently swallows another mouthful of coffee. He seems suddenly preoccupied by a tiny stain on the cuff of his new shirt, impeccably ironed, made in some country at the other end of the planet. My mouth is dry, there's not enough water. Did he know what awaited us? I'm assailed by a wave of disgust, of anger. I go over to the bar, ready to blow. I wait a few seconds. It's him who sees me, who recognizes me. He raises his eyes from his shirt cuff and his gaze meets mine. He smiles at me. A smile bursting with paternal love, unshakable. Is he hallucinating? Because he's still wearing, like, desert clothes. I lean on the bar next to him. I don't know what to say. I don't know where to begin. What are you doing? For a moment, he doesn't understand. You see, I'm having a coffee. He shows me his cup. I don't know if I should read amusement or condescension in the calm, patient voice he uses. This is the day you were born. I'm going to get a call from your mother soon. Oh, he is hallucinating. Without thinking, he pulls his smartphone from his jacket pocket and places it gently on the bar, as if it were the most precious thing he possessed. I'm a little surprised, for as long as can recall, my father never owned a smartphone. The phone vibrates furtively, as if it felt that we were looking at it. My father automatically looks down at the screen. Are you answering that? Shouldn't you be at work or with mom? Aren't you answering that? He shrugs. It's not the call I'm waiting for. It's probably not important. In the face of my bewilderment, he feels obliged to add, I'm sure you must wonder if the world I lived in hasn't become completely crazy. I give in to anger. I let him continue. Um, I let him continue. It's like this all the time, round the clock. We've all got our minds on our day to day problems. Sometimes we look up from our screens, we look around us, and we wonder if it's normal. And then we go back into our tunnels again, pulled from pillar to post. Why is he mad at his father again? The smartphone lets out another vibrating wail, a subtle blend of newborn's cry and the ring of a bell. Instinctively, he picks up the phone at this time, taps the screen for a few seconds before bringing his attention back to me. Still nothing important? His astonishment suggests that he'd done it by reflex without really noticing it. No, it's. He looks at the screen again. He's already forgotten. It was work, nothing urgent. Anyway, I won't be available this afternoon, and they won't be seeing me anytime soon. I intend to make the most of my paternity leave. He's lost in thought for a few moments, a smile lighting up his face. To tell the truth, I didn't want a child that much, but Camille, my angel, now that you're here, I've no regrets. I'd make the same mistakes over and over to be able to see you live and grow again. He puts his hand gently on my shoulder. The telephone vibrates again. The sound is slightly different this time. He can't stop himself from looking at it. Hell, it's the battery. This thing discharges faster and faster. It's a real problem. Dad, we're dying. We're dying of hunger and thirst. Your children, your grandchildren. Why are you so mad at your dad? Is it your dad's fault? We look each other deep in the eyes. This time, I've got his full attention. Camille, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Is it his dad's fault? He gives me a small, resigned smile. He finishes his coffee in one swallow and replaces the cup on his saucer. I notice the sugar lump, still wrapped in gaudy paper. I glanced over all these blind people, invisible, transparent. Suddenly, I realized that my father, with his suit, his coffee, and his superficial concerns, is part of that crowd. I sweep my eyes over the room again. I try to put myself in the place of these people who truly don't understand what could be so absurd about sipping a coffee in a bar as the planet becomes slowly and inexorably inhospitable. I don't have the strength or the wish to get angry. I know that many of them did what they could, did their best, just like my father. I tell myself that maybe if they'd started trying to change things sooner, they'd have had chance of success. I turn to my father. Dad, wake up. Dad. Oh, wake up. A hand on my shoulder, firm but gentle. She shakes me softly. I open my eyes. Nora leans over me, her face silhouetted against the red light. Camille, it's time. I sit up wearily. It's all into the afternoon. It will soon be time to break camp. Nora is already up again, her back turned to me. I take Nora in my arms. I take her into my arms. It's a simple joy, but one that could be too easy to forget. We remain entwined a few instants, then slowly, reluctantly, we separate. She will go to wake the rest of the company while I assemble our meager possessions. There's not much to assemble. A few worn bags, some basic tools, knife, mallet, ropes, stakes, our tent, and our precious flasks. Soon empty. I emerge from the tent and go to join Sam beneath the burning late afternoon sun, his gaze far away. I'd give all the water I have left to see the world through his eyes, even for just a few moments. Just how different it is to the one I see. He's so calm, peacefully seated in a nest of motley worn fabrics. His little shape, silhouetted against the vermilion sky, wavers placidly like a fragile promise. Our eyes meet and a pure, fleeting joy lights up his face. I brush my hand through his hair. He stands up, stretches, and rests his hand against my chest all the time, watching the horizon. Do you have to leave, Daddy? Yes, my angel, we have to leave. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Why does it sound like you're gonna kill him? In End of Lines, you will have to organize several camps for your company of travelers. TY for the TikTok guide ng Honkai. You're welcome. I will try to make more if you want. Inaya has dipped into our provisions to make a hot meal for the company. Oh my god, that's a lot! At the beginning of each camp, the company use their resources to feed themselves. The narrator then takes stock of the resources according to how many characters in the company. Our resources are shrinking, but we still have enough to hold out. Currently, the resources and the number of people in the company are balanced. Yeah. So if it's like this, it's balanced. Oh yeah, because earlier, this was down because there's a lot of water. If your resources are too scarce, some members of the group may leave the company. Yeah, I suggest an expedition to explore the surroundings. The narrator tells you which characters are exhausted and cannot participate in the exhibition. Inaya is exhausted, Sam is exhausted. You must then choose which members of the group you send on the expedition. The characters you choose will have to rest and cannot participate in an exhibition at the next camp. Warning, a character may be tired for various reasons, even if they haven't been on the last expedition. So this is kind of like what game is that? It's the one where you have to go out during the night. And then you have to survive. It's also an apocalyptic scenario. This War of Mine! Yeah. This War of Mine. So you have to go out, diba? So there's a kind of that same aspect here where you have to explore. And then people get tired. I think we send the Rafik. We can now add other people to the expedition or confirm the group as it is and launch the expedition. I think we should get a lot of water, no? Who is Soan again? Soan is the... Okay, let's send Soan. And then the team is complete. Okay, the number of people sent and their state of fatigue determines the amount of resources gathered during the expedition. The expedition finds the river bed, but it's dry. Its course has been deviated to an old irrigation tank, which does still contain a little water. The team filters and boils the reclaimed water. Nice, we got some water. We really need the water. That's why I sent a little bit more people, because we need the water. The resources which have been collected are added to your provisions. It's not a lot, but I think that's enough for us. Be aware that certain situations and decisions will not be available to you if the balance between your resources and the number of travelers is unfavorable. A few minutes later, everything is packed up. We are ready to leave. The horizon shimmers with vivid shifting colors from the sinking sun. I contemplate the spectacle, as magnificent as it is strange, searching for some clue that will allow me to predict the weather that awaits us in the next few hours. The wind has fallen, but this lull may be deceptive. I look over our small company. If one thing is sure, it's that we're all travel-weary. Inaya and Sowan in particular, who seem at the end of their strength, they're not used to the forced marches yet. Oh. And then we sent Sowan to gather some more resources. He's gonna be tired. That will come. They don't lack courage. In the meantime, I could offer to share out some of the weight of their packs among the other travelers. Even Rafik, who carries the heaviest load, looks exhausted. Shit! We sent the worst people on the expedition to gather resources. We haven't eaten for several days and it's getting harder and harder to find water. He also seems to be surveying the land in quest of information on what is coming. His experience is always welcome. Perhaps he's not noticed a detail that escaped me. Sam and Nora are chatting. They're still the most unwavering of the company. Nora never seems to suffer, not from hunger nor from fatigue. And tacitly, we all do what we can so that Sam is fed in priority. I go over to Inaya and so on. Since they are most new in our group, I guess. They're preparing to shoulder their bulky backpacks and I signal them to wait. Actually, the Tahuni logo lit up when we chose this path. They watch me patiently despite their exhaustion. I usually speak the Inaya because their French is quite good. Someone speaks Spanish better, but I'm not very comfortable with that language. I'm sorry, we'll take a longer break as soon as possible. Okay. Thanks for everything you're doing, Camille. We'd probably already be dead without your help. Perhaps, perhaps not. I settle for a shrug of my shoulders. We're going to relieve you of some of your load and share it out among the others for today. I can tell Sohan wants to object, but he reconsiders. Inaya is already undoing her pack. I'll help you. Alright. The others join us. I try to share out the load as fairly as possible. Rafik groans a little. Tired from the expedition, he can't carry much more than his usual load. Oh. I'm sorry, Rafik. When we finished, I lead our departure. I thought we were just talking to people. I'm so sorry, Rafik. San Juan de something. The sky is clear, but I fear that the wind might lift suddenly, as it did yesterday. If that's the case, we'll have nowhere to shelter on this dry, rocky trail. We could opt for a detour to the south, which would allow us to find the asphalt road. We'd have more chance of finding shelter going that way. On the other hand, the weather might be clement. It's hard to tell. Do we risk it and go straight, or do we find, I think we should find shelter, since like a lot of our companions are tired. Okay, after a glance behind me to check everyone is ready, I guide the company towards the south. We've been walking for several hours when the wind picks up. Our progress quickly becomes difficult. We're forced to protect our faces from the dust which stings our cheeks and blinds us. With the sun beginning to set, it's going to get more and more difficult to stay on course. I hope it won't last too long, but there's nothing to just suggest that we won't get any worse. On the contrary. I turn back to the convoy. Inaya is sheltering behind Son, who himself is having trouble staying upright. They won't get much farther at this pace. I don't regret taking the southern route. The old road is in bad condition and we'll have to repair our shoes as soon as possible, but I can already make out the ruins of former dwellings. If the storm really picks up, we'll have shelter. This country isn't as welcoming as we'd hope, but it's still better than where we've come from. Yet in the first days, when we finally landed, after all the sacrifices we'd had to make to get there, we regained a whisper of hope, not so long ago. I remember we'd been skirting the coast for several days. The crossing had been a nightmare we'd have preferred to forget. So this is a flashback, right? We'd been prepared for demanding times, but none of us had expected to have to overcome such an ordeal. There's still crabs everywhere, so I guess it's a while ago. When we finally landed, we were no longer a tribe nor a company, just four survivors. I talked to Sam a lot. I made up stories. I wanted to protect him as much as possible from the relentless violence of this world, but I believe that mainly it was him who helped me. If it hadn't been for him, I'd have given up long ago. Nora, Rafik, Sam, and I, we wandered along the devastated beaches. The ocean had invaded the old coastal villages. Considering the amount of destruction it hadn't happened gently. Impossible to tell if it was the result of a single devastating tsunami or successive storms, but only ruins remained. And everything led us to believe it wasn't over yet. The sea was calm on our arrival, but the bleak, deserted scenes that we crossed prompted us to be careful. Most surprising were the crabs. The beaches were covered. Everywhere they teemed over the ruins of the flooded buildings. Sometimes we'd be hypnotized by inanimate objects in the distance. Their shapes seemed to distort when frenetic, grotesque gasping. One day, suddenly, the clouds spread apart and the pale blue sky appeared. I remembered it as if it was once more before my eyes. Why did they leave this area, though? I think it's much better for us to be nearby water instead of in a like desert area, right? I choose to be here than a desert. I mean, you can probably filter out the salt in this water. It would take time, right? It would take time to filter out the water, but this is a lot of water. I think it's better to be here instead of a desert area. So one day suddenly the clouds spread apart and a pale blue sky appeared. I remember it as if it was once more before my eyes. The colors that the colors that until then had seemed missing from the coastal landscape begin to glitter. Sam takes my hand and points at the crab-covered rock nearby. Look, Daddy, they're blue. And yes, in the sun, the crabs are radiant cyan blue, with shades of green on the shell, and their pincers ranging from orange to scarlet, depending on the specimen. For a long while, we marveled at the beauty of the scene. Hey, Daddy, do you know why there's so many? It's hard to say. At some point, these crabs must have found themselves without predators. That must be why they've been able to reproduce so much. I'd guess maybe it's linked to the disappearance of the birds. Oh, there are no more birds. I don't add that they're probably a species of scavengers. Anyway, we know what we're having for dinner. Are we stopping soon? A little bit further on, I can make out the shimmer of the whitened walls of a half-submerged village. Yes, do you see the ruins over there? Sam nods. We'll walk as far as there, and then we'll take a break, okay? As we pass the first wave-beaten, salt-eaten stones of the town, we're surprised to see human figures on some of the roofs. Humans, alive. I count about 10 at most. They watch us, unmoving. They don't seem aggressive, but still, we remain on our guard. As we get closer, I realize that it's difficult to identify them. The figures are bundled up in shapeless rags. Their age isn't clear. Is that a child or an old woman I can see there? Perhaps a small boy? It's impossible to tell. It's even more troubling when we notice that they're moving away from us as we move forward. Oof, that's creepy. That is creepy. So that they maintain a distance which just doesn't allow us to glimpse their eyes, just the eerie shadows of hollowed sockets. Maybe they're scared of us attacking them. You know, there are scarce resources like in this world, in this scenario. So maybe they're just protecting themselves from strangers, which I would understand. Maybe I'll also do that in this kind of scenario. Daddy, why are they backing away? Fuck. I want to say it's a trap, but I don't want to scare him. Maybe they're afraid of us. I think they're afraid of us. But why don't they run away then? Maybe they're afraid but curious too. Okay. Or they're waiting for the right moment to pounce on us. Good thing Nora is here to bring balance to our thoughts. Nora smiles. Ha, let them come through. We'll introduce them to Rafik. She jerks her thumb at her imposing companion. Rafik's lost much of his magnificence during the crossing, but despite everything, his form remains impressive. Maybe too impressive, actually. Are you jealous or something? Yet under his gruff exterior, Rafik has always been good with people. He's got a knack for quickly gaining people's trust, and his imposing build makes him rather reassuring. Rafik, do you want to go and talk to them? Sure, if I manage to catch one. Choose the one who studied foreign languages while you're at it. Maybe I should go instead? No, don't worry. We're joking, Camille. He grasps my shoulder. It'll be fine. I hope it's gonna be fine. Rafik takes a deep breath and advances on one of the groups with a firm tread. Shit, I saw this art in their like promo photos, and usually they're together. Was it a bad choice to send Rafik alone? Halfway, he makes a friendly gesture toward them. To my surprise, he seems to manage to start a conversation. Rafik puts his pack at his feet and pulls out several objects. I can't make out what they are, but he attracts the attention of the others who draw nearer. After a few minutes of discussion, Rafik turns to us and invites us to join him. Nice! We made new friends! When we get there, the inhabitants have moved away. It looked like that went quite well, did it? Not bad. They're interested in our fabrics. Seeing how they're dressed, that's not surprising. Ha! Yeah, their only clothes stores are down here. Are down there. He points at the water, from which only the tallest buildings of the former village emerge. Most of the clothes didn't stand up to the salt water, so they're buck naked, so to speak. I see. Did you give them something? I put aside far too much fabric to repair the tent. I figured we could spare it. Uh, you did well, yeah. Nora doesn't appear to agree. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice her frown of disapproval. We're going to fish out some more useful stuff anyway. Yeah, I think so. My gaze stops on the church bell tower battered by the waves. Fish? Rafik laughs. Yeah, dive down there and find what we want. Sam seems very impressed. You know how to swim that deep? Me? No, but your father. They turn to look at me. I shrug. Sam's hopping with glee. It's the first time he's shown such strong emotion since the crossing. It's been impossible to get more than a few words out of him, and even less a smile in these last few days. Seeing his eyes sparkle again, I can't help feeling a bit relieved. Okay, it's worth a try. Where are Son and Inaya? I thought we were with them. Let's start by finding a good place to dive from. They pointed out a spot to me. Follow me. We set up on a roof edge. See, we got good information for sending Rafik. The water looks clear at the surface, but it's impossible to see the bottom. A woman with stringy white hair brings Rafik an old patched up diving mask and a pair of unmatched fins. Sam bombars me with questions about these strange objects while I try my best to adjust them to my feet. It's a little bit sad that Sam doesn't know these things that are common for us, I guess. The woman gives us instructions in Spanish, too rapid for us to comprehend, but her movements allow us to guess where to begin our search. Ooh, we swim. The art is very nice. The art style is very nice. I begin my exploration. I quickly realize that the fins, decrepit as they are, provide a crucial advantage. The currents, made unpredictable by the remains of buildings and street fixtures, are too chaotic to hope to swim without equipment. After attempting a few dives, I begin to accustom myself and manage to limit my movements to hold my breath for longer. The light fades fast with the depth. I've still got enough visibility to make out the surreal backdrop of a famed undersea road. Wrecks of vehicles remaining there have transformed into arthropod shelters. I'm reminded of a time when the seaside resorts were packed with noisy tourists. The bottom is more than 4 meters down, but I don't need to go that far. I try a few openings, windows and doors, trying to find a promising spot. I surface to get some air after each attempt. Finally, I set my sights on what looks like an old mini market. I go back to tell the others. Nora and Sam are waiting for me at the surface. The white-haired woman watches us carefully from a short distance away. Where is she? She's not seen in the art. We should move a few blocks over to the west. I think there's something interesting. But we'll have to swim, at least to that roof over there. Alright, but Rafik's gone to look around. I think he's negotiating something with the locals. I should stay here with the bags. Okay, fine. Me, I want to come. Alright, but you'll have to swim, buddy. Do you know how to swim? Hesitation crosses his face in a fleeting flash. The ocean made him suffer so much during the crossing. This would be a good opportunity to reconcile them. I stop myself from bursting with joy when he jumps into the water to join me, swimming clumsily. Not bad for a child of the desert, but at that speed, we won't get there before tomorrow. It's hard. There's waves. There are. Here, grab on here. Keep your head out of the water. Nora throws us a net. Don't forget that to bring back your plunder. With Sam clinging to my back, I cross the 50 meters, which separates us from the closest roof. I don't know how long 50 meters is. I get my breath back, then we set up a few dozen meters further, on the ruins of a stone tower, clearly dating from medieval times. The structure scarcely emerges above the water. Sometimes as a wave submerges it almost completely. It should be alright for Sam. The mini market is just underneath. What's a mini market? It's kind of a little supermarket. I figured you wouldn't know what a supermarket is. He is the child of the apocalypse. What are you saying, Camille? A place where you find a merchant who sells a little bit of everything, you know? Oh, okay. A super merchant? Yeah, that's it. Right, I'm going. Be careful, and mind you, don't get nipped. A few big crabs are roaming over the old stones. Their scarlet pincers are formidable. I check our position with a short dive, then I take a few minutes to ready myself. Inhale, exhale. The bottom is more than 5 meters deep here. If I manage to hold on 2 minutes struggling against the current, I'll be doing well. I'll have to progress in stages. I do a few dives of scout to scout things out. I save some time on the descent by guiding myself down the tower wall. I quickly spot a few interesting subjects. I'm going to bring you something, Sam. Be ready. Okay, I'm ready. Daddy? Yes? How do you get yourself pointing down when you go down? At the start, we call that a duck dive. It's a movement to go head down without using too much energy. It's like how ducks dive. I don't know how to dive actually. The He looks at me with round eyes. I realize he's never seen a duck. Are all the birds lost? I mean, are all the birds extinct in this time? Because he did say that birds are gone. So everything, like even small birds, big birds, tall birds, short birds. Is that what he's saying? Because a duck is a bird, right? It's a bird that swims on the water. Oh, yes. Do you think there are some left somewhere? So he has seen a bird. Sam has seen a bird. The migrant birds were the first to suffer from the brutality. Oh, yes. So this is story I was asking earlier. The migrant birds were the first to suffer from the brutality of the climate change, but even the non-domestic ducks weren't really wild anymore in the lands where I lived. They'd usually migrate from one protected nature reserve to another once or twice a year. Then one year there was an uncontrollable virus. Global warming? Uncontrollable virus? That sounds too familiar, guys. The ones left are far away? Yes, pretty far. The haul is good. I bring up a good quantity of canned food that I hope is still edible, especially the fruits which we sorely lack. How can you eat it? It's been submerged under salt water. I also find some nylon and polyester equipment which we can use, tents, parkas, waterproof capes, and shoes. Last, I even find a watertight first aid kit, almost complete. It's a great find. Sam clings to my neck again as we set off in the chaotic currents to rejoin the group. I just realized that this is like a post-climate change thing, not like a natural apocalypse. Like they just call it apocalypse, but it's because of climate change. That's why there is water here. The ocean currents have rised so high. The ice caps have melted. That's why everything got submerged. Do you guys know that one city in Italy nga ba? Like somewhere in Europe, like every year it's sinking. Yeah, it's sinking na. And like it's one of the most touristy places, but when you go there, um the water could be as high as your knees. So every year it just sinks and sinks because of global warming, I think. And it's sad. That being tied doesn't make the task easier, but by grasping the walls of the buildings, I managed to progress little by little. I'm not displeased when Rafiq pulls Sam, our well-filled net, and me onto dry land. After detaching several blue crabs from my clothes, I slowly get my breath back under the end of afternoon sun. Rafiq himself seems to be dancing with impatience. I ask him why. I got to know the locals while you were playing at Frogman. They're impressed by your fishing. They're open for some trading. Something tells me they'll give us crab. Even though I'm not completely reassured, we don't really have any choice. We're starving. Bro, there's crabs everywhere. You don't need to trade for crab. What are you saying? And I know Rafiq's nobody's fool. Okay. We are back to reality. Bro, this is scary. Imagine that the climate changes so bad that it's like this desert areas. Desert areas nga ba to? Like there's lightning, fire, lightning everywhere. Dust, the desert, sandstorms. Diba? A wave of hot air, laden with sand, slaps me in the face and recalls me to reality, dragging me from my memories. The wind's so strong now we're forced to shout to hear each other. I'm ready to point to the first adequate shelter. Once again, luck seems to smell on us when I glimpse through the waves of dust the outline of a long building, an old hangar or a warehouse. I signal to the company and we hurry toward the building. We circle the building until we find a way in. The structure must be at least 15 meters long by 7 or 8 wide. The huge silos that back into it have long since collapsed. The main door is sealed, but we find a side entrance which Rafiq managed to force with a few big knocks from his shoulder. The contrast once inside is striking. Even the clatter of the debris on the metal roof seems gentle to us in comparison to the roar of the storm. It's a good thing we chose to find shelter instead of like walk. Inay and Swan collapse on the floor as soon as they're through the door. Rafiq, do you remember the crabs? Scary sound. A grin sneaks across his face. Yeah, that was a good laugh. The crabs? Inay and Swan have got their breath back. They sit on the ground, their backs against the wall. It was a while before we met you. We were still on the coast. Rafiq managed to get us invited to supper by the survivors of a flooded village. We were told that the coast was dangerous. Yes, they couldn't stay there much longer. The ocean is going to keep rising. Oh, that's why they left. I was saying earlier that I would have stayed in that area, but it does make sense that they have to leave because of the water that kept rising. Shit, that's hard. Where would I go though? Mountains? Maybe the mountains have a good source of water. Maybe along a river? Probably. I wouldn't survive. I love my McDonald's, my Burger King. And in any case, their resources are very limited. Those people had almost nothing, but they didn't stop that didn't stop them sharing everything they have with us. Aw, they were good people. We were very lucky considering the circumstances. Still, it was a long time since you danced, Nora. I keep getting green! I keep getting green! What does that mean? We can thank them for giving us that moment to be carefree. Mommy's a great dancer. Yeah, and after Nora's dance, they'd have given us their mothers. They had musical instruments and wine, that helps. And the soup was good too. Did they have fresh water? A little. They'd developed a rudimentary filtration system. This was what I was saying. I would have stayed there and found out a way to like filter the salt water. But yeah, it would have been bad for that source of water to keep rising and like destroy everything that you've made in that area. I did what I could to help them. Please give me not a green. Yes! Finally! Finally, we get a blue decision. I did what I could to help them improve it, but I'm no miracle worker. I don't know how long it would hold out, but I'm afraid their fabric stock is going to run out very soon. Yeah, they did have lots of crabs. Oh yes, the crabs. We even tried to bring some live ones in a bucket of water. Yeah, well, that wasn't a great idea. They didn't last long, the poor things. Yeah, that was a heartbreaker. They even tried to dig through the bottom of the bucket to find some coal. Oh yeah, because they took the crabs to go to the desert, so probably it was too hot since the water is also salt water, diba? That's right. Yes, poor creatures. You really had to eat them to alleviate their suffering, didn't you? You didn't exactly refuse to eat them either, if I remember. I would fucking eat that crab any day. Shit, I really want some crab. Steamed crab. Shit, sweet chili crab. Crab is so expensive. In any case, it was all thanks to you, Rafiq. That it was risky. We were lucky. Nora and Rafiq continued to joke, but I only listened with half an ear. It was risky. We were lucky. Nora nods. In times like this, these there are bad surprises with people more than good. That's true. It's an apocalyptic scenario. I guess it's better to like approach everything with caution because you could die. Have you guys watched Walking Dead? Like those other of apocalypse survivor movies? There's always that one group that will freaking kill you. Inaya glances at us sadly before joining the conversation. The suburbs of the big cities have become killing fields. Resources are dwindling and people are preparing to do anything to survive. I'm not sure we're prepared. I lift my eyes to Nora. I know what she's thinking, and a sigh escapes me. Since the start of our journey, I've vetoed us carrying weapons. I'm convinced it will only attract trouble. Nora trusts me, but I know she doesn't completely share my view. Violence breeds violence. If we carry weapons, it'll attract any envy from a better armed or bigger group. They'd attack us, take our gear and our weaponry. If we keep moving carefully, avoiding the towns, we'll have a better chance of getting through this. We won't need to fight. Nora says nothing, but I know she's not really convinced. Suddenly, Rafik interrupts us. Hey, it looks like there's something here. Oh, shit. I examined the building floor with renewed interest. Oh, shit. Would there be people here? Oh, no. Are we in danger? After a moment, I discern a kind of groove in the ground, and after clearing away a thick layer of dust and rubble, I discover a crudely forged, bolted metal plate, complete with two handles. Well spotted, Rafik. We glance at each other and take position, one each side of the hatch. On three? Bro, the music. The plate is unwieldy, but we manage to lift it just enough to slide it over and clear the opening. The first thing we find is a thick layer of straw, clearly very old. A strange smell immediately assails my nostrils. I gesture Rafik to back away. Is it a dead body? What is that? Cereal? Wheat, maybe? I sniff again. We should ventilate. Help me. What is it? What is it? Beneath the curious gaze of my companions, I climb onto Rafik's shoulders to reach a little window high up. After several bangs of the lintel, it finally yields, letting the sand and burning air rush in and almost making me lose my balance. Why would you do that, though? The screaming of the wind and the deafening thunder of the sand on the sheet metal fill our shelter, but I'd rather that than asphyxiate. Because it's very bad smelling? Once the room has been aired, I go back to get a handful of grains to examine more closely. Did you find wheat? Is it still good? Is it becoming beer? Diba if you like ferment beer, ferment wheat, it becomes beer or something? Isn't that the process for making beer? Yeah, barley. It looks more like barley, in fact. It seems fine. I look at the grains in the palm of my hand. It's hard not to be moved by the beauty of these precious little pearls. They stored them underground? I nod. It's a very old method, not well known and hard to implement, but I've heard but I've heard tell that you could preserve cereals for decades this way. Saying that, I think it would be better to wait a few hours for the gas to escape before checking if it's edible. Oh, interesting. Inay and Son speak to each other in low voices. Rafiq's already looking for fuel to make a fire, and Nora has begun to set up the camp. What are they talking about though? What would they be talking about? You've set up our makeshift camp out of the wind. Inay and Son are talking in low voices. Sam's waking up on top form. Thrilled by our discovery, he can't keep still. Rafiq and Nora are collecting fuel to make a fire. Oh shit! We're super out of resources. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! As at every camp, I share out our rations as rarely as possible before checking our stocks of food, water, and materials. We're out! We need to rations our reserves. We don't have any reserves. They won't be sustainable any much longer. Three of us can still go. Yeah, Rafiq is exhausted again. I send Nora. I send myself. I want to send Sam, but he's a kid and he's gonna be exhausted if ever we need to go out again. I send Inaya. Okay. We still wait for the storm to quiet a little before attempting to go out. Save for a few gusts, the wind has almost completely dropped. The night sky is streaked with lightning, but of course, not a single drop of rain falls. The plan is to go around the barn in a spiral, hoping to find something interesting. The expedition finds an old well which looks dried up, but it's worth checking. There's a little damp at the bottom. With some digging, it's possible to bring up a bit of water. Wait, is this nearby? On the expedition's return, we prepare what's needed to filter and boil it. We prepare the camp for the night. I tell myself that it's time to have a talk with Inay and Son. Their hushed discussions haven't ceased since we found the cache of barley. Yeah, that's very suspicious of you. We didn't get a lot of resources. That is very, very bad for us. I've got some idea but what their deliberations concern, even if I hadn't got involved up to now. Yeah, I don't like that they're discussing by themselves. Oh, chapter 2. Nice. And no one died. Me falta las estrellas. Estrellas is stars. The fault in our stars? The fault in our stars? Me falta las estrellas. Right? Falta? Fault? Right? I don't know. I don't know Spanish. In the early hours, I'm up before the others. The storm has passed, the wind is still blowing, but there's no more gale. What's gale? What does gale mean? Soan is still sleeping, but Inaya has just woken up. I'm telling myself I should wait until they're both there before I talk to them when she approaches me. I decide not to beat about the bush and get straight to the point. I miss the stars, ata. Oh, someone knows Spanish. Me falta las estrellas. Oh, I miss the stars. Maybe because they don't see the stars because it's always windy outside with the sandstorms and stuff. I'm telling myself, should I begin the conversation calmly or should I kind of just want to go straight to the point. Because me, personally, I prefer not to be broken gently. I prefer it to be like, just tell me. I'm telling myself I should wait until they're both there before I talk to them. Okay, let's go. Let's not beat around the bush. Okay, are you thinking about leaving us? My question disconcerts her at first, then she nods. I should have guessed you'd understood. Son and I talked a lot yesterday. There's grain here and a little water. Maybe we could even grow something. We thought we could stay here a little. I don't answer right away. I'm lost in the memory of the events that led to our first meeting with a young couple. I mean, yeah, there is barley, but how sure are we that the barley would still grow. Is it even seeds? Can you even grow it from the barley itself? Don't you need like better seeds? I don't know. Okay, it's a few weeks now since it happened. I can see the scene now, the smell, the heat. The stones and the asphalt are so hot they make the world writhe. The air is distorted in ripples like a lurid dance that sometimes gives the enticing illusion that the surfaces are damp, but they're not. Everything is, of course, completely dry. Sooty ashes float in the foul-smelling air, and the sky is murky, as though masked by a thick cloak of fog in shifting colors. Our route leads us to the outskirts of some big city I don't know the name of. I know it's a big risk. At any moment, a group of looters could choose to target us, but we have no choice. We critically need water and food to continue our journey, and the rural areas have proved to be deserted, burned, long abandoned. So we move cautiously through the suburbs of the old city, the stench of burning and smoke all around us. For the time being, we haven't encountered anyone, but several clues lead us to think that the area is still occupied. Or at least it was not long ago, judging from the underlying stench of putrefaction. I signal a stop to our small group. Rafiq, Nora, and Sam come closer and we speak in hushed voices. Hey, gotta go, gonna sleep na. Good night, good night! Good night, Muchi. Thank you for staying. Thank you, thank you. Happy streaming and gaming. Thank you. Good night, good night. We shouldn't hang around here. I know. Sam huddles against his mother. You alright, buddy? He nods, but I can see that he's ill at ease. Since we got near the city, Sam's been very nervous. I stroke his cheek fondly. Maybe Sam is not used to big areas like this. Can we leave, Daddy? Yes, don't worry, we'll leave soon. Nora frowns. I don't think we'll find anything here. We need to go further in. Yeah. My companions are right, but I'm not sure I know what to do next. Um, what would be least risky, Nora? Yes, let's ask Nora. She thinks it over for a few seconds before replying. The two of us would be faster and more inconspicuous if we can stay hidden with Sam in the bags. Okay, let's do that. So it's faster. Sam clings even tighter to his mother. She hugs him, trying to calm him. I don't think something bad is gonna happen to us anyways because this is a flashback. A back flash. Hey, it'll be fine. Don't worry. I'll be back very soon. Don't worry, Sam. We'll have a little bit of rest. He's pulled a pair of dice from his pocket and rolls them in the palm of his hand. The little wooden cubes knock against each other, making an oddly soothing clicking. I have to get my own back after our last game. What do you say? Sam agrees but still clings to Nora. I quickly look over our surroundings, which while she coaxes him again. Oh, he's scared probably because his mom and dad are leaving. Finally, I notice a small building, a little setback. I enter carefully through a smashed window. Many of the walls have collapsed, but it still seems to be holding up. The place had been already ransacked, which makes it a better hideout. I signal the others to join me. Rafiq gathers our packs out of sight and we make up a little nest of blankets for Sam. What is the sound? Nora and I leave them a little water before we go. I don't like the creaking! I don't like it. I don't like it. I take a flask and an empty bag. Nora takes her stick. She mostly uses it for walking, but it's also a weapon that she masters well. I don't like the idea that we'll be forced to fight, but I know that we may not have any choice. We start running, making as little sound as possible. Oof, dead people, dead bodies everywhere. Nora stays a few paces ahead of me. We advance in silence, all our senses are on alert to detect any possible inhabitants. The road we take heads down into the heart of the city. It's flanked by low buildings with stores at street level. I hear voices in the distance, but I can't pinpoint the source. I continue with even more caution. Sometimes I'm obliged to step over dead bodies. Most of them are long dried up. No one has bothered to take care of their remains. Ugh. The further I go into the city, the stronger the stench. After passing a large crossroads, I descend until I reach an old cafe where I can make out figures inside. I stop by the broken store window and glance inside. Are there people? Oh, there are people. There are people. There are two people busy by the counter. Men clearly occupied with sorting through materials heaped on the counter. Food, water, everything we need. I'm about to advance on them when I feel Nora's hand on my arm. She shows me with a glance a shotgun that I hadn't noticed resting on the table. Oh shit. She takes a deep breath, tightens her fingers around her stick, and signals me not to move. That is so smart. I would not have noticed that. I know full well that she's about to spring on them, using the element of surprise to try and neutralize them. I kind of want Nora to take the lead on this. That's why I trust her. I trust her. Nora knows what she's doing. I remain hidden, ready to intervene. She slips in through the broken window and moves in on them silently, like a prowling tiger. The sound of her steps on the glass shards at last alerts the two men, but they don't even have time to react. One of them scrambles for the shotgun, but Nora has anticipated his action and picks him off with a sideways strike to the jaw. I hear a distinct crack and he collapses. Oof. His companion has had time to snatch up a large rusty bladed axe. Nora is unimpressed. Oh my god, Nora. With a stick? Sheesh. She waits patiently for an opening and uses the length of her stick to make an unexpected swipe with her, which hits her adversary's ankle so hard that I can feel the impact myself. He lets out a cry of pain, but the stick whirls again and returns to smack him across the head. He drops like a stone, shattering a stool with his fall. The coast is clear. I hurry inside to carry away as much as possible before anyone else turns up. As we're leaving the cafe, I hear yells and the sounds of a convoy coming from above. It looks like our retreat is cut off. Nora hesitates. She'd be prepared to face down a battalion barehanded to get back to Sam. I take her arm gently. Nora, no. Come on. We'll get round further down. She nods and we leave at a run. I'm praying nobody spots us before we can disappear around the corner of the next road. We hasten across a large square. I catch sight of human figures in some of the buildings, but they don't intervene. Oh, so there's a lot of people still. We veer from alley to alley, hoping to shake our pursuers. The further we go, the more we encounter poor folk busy digging through the detritus. They barely look up as we pass, but they vanish rapidly when they see the men chasing us. Soon, we reach the heart of the old city, paved roads lined with the stone arches. This part of the city must have been magnificent in a different time. Unfortunately, the layout of the streets becomes maze-like, and I'm less and less confident of our chances of escape. I'm beginning to panic when the door opens in our path. An elderly woman steps out and urges us quickly inside. I rush in. The door closes just behind Nora, and in the gloom, we can make out a large, untidy room. There are several people seated or lying on the floor. The old woman who had opened the door for us directs us to hurry to a small stairway that descends into the cellar. Is this a matriarch from earlier? We descend into an even darker area, barely illuminated by a single candle. It looks like a former storage area now converted into a dormitory. The smell is unpleasant, but the cool of the underground room is far more bearable than the heat outside. The woman invites us to sit, which we do with relief. We soon hear upheaval upstairs, but we remain silent. There's some discussion, then the noises fade away. We remain in complete silence for a few more minutes before thanking our benefactress. I express myself in a broken Spanish that she seems to understand. Nora listens patiently to our conversation. Camille, thank you so much. I did what I had to do. You're travelers, aren't you? Yes, we come from the south. I'm Camille, and this is my wife, Nora. Nora greets her respectfully with a graceful nod. I'm Marina. Where are you going? North. Marina nods. To where? I don't know. As far as it takes. She nods again. Yes, that's good. I've got something for you. She disappears through the trapdoor, gesturing us to wait. We have to find Sam. Can she help us? I think so. We wait, someone anxiously, for our hostess to return. A few minutes later, Marina comes back down and proffers me an old battered map. Look, this is for you. I've been waiting to give it to you. You've been waiting for us? How? Yes, yes. Huh? That's creepy! What do you mean? I don't understand. It doesn't matter. Listen, the roads aren't safe. There are many dangers and much despair. If you follow the route on the map, you'll be away from the big roads. I'm grateful, but I suspect that this poor old woman has lost her mind. I don't know what to say. Thank you. And you do something for me in return. Oh shit. Very well, tell me what I can do. I'll help you get out of the city. There's a path on the there's a path. On the path, there's a house with green walls and a red door. You must stop there. Alright, and then it's up to you. She takes my hands between her own. Now rest. It will soon be night and you can leave. I have things to do. And she leaves us there. So we have to stop at our house with green walls and a red door. Just stop. She didn't say go in, just stop. We use this moment of respite to take stock of what we've picked up. We've had incredible luck, but there are several liters of water, dried meat, and cereals. Oh, that's a lot of food. We put some aside for the people who live here, and we pack up the rest carefully. Night falls quickly, and Marina reappears. The way is clear. Are you ready? Yes, here. That's for you. I indicate the items packed up for her. Thank you for hiding us. She nods her head with feeling, seeing the little pile of provisions. She takes my hand and Nora's in her own. Thank you, my children. Who are you? She drinks several mouthfuls from the can of water before catching her breath. Come now, follow me. You follow her to the ground floor. She exchanges a few words with an old man who heads down to the cellar to see the distribution of the rations. Everyone hails us as we leave the room. They call us the walkers, caminantes, with respect in their voices as though it were an honorific. Outside, the night is stifling. The temperature hasn't really dropped, even if it's a little more bearable without the sun's burning light. The night sky is shrouded with a reddish glow, although the city lighting hasn't worked for a long time. Marina follows my gaze and explains in a resigned tone. It's the fires. The city burns all the time. We don't notice it in the daytime, but at night, it's never truly dark. That explains the lingering smoke that's covered the sky since we have arrived. She sighs. Me falta las estrellas. I suppose that at least some of the fires are accidental. Marina leads us in the shadow through a maze of narrow alleys. After we descend a flight of stone steps, we discover a vast plaza. Before us, amongst the ruins of the city, stands an immense cathedral. The size of the building astounds me. In the square, at the foot of the monumental stair that leads up the facade, people are kneeling, lit by a few candles there, among the other bodies, eternally still that day on the paving. I stop to gaze at the strange scene. I stop to gaze. I notice the ridiculously intricate swirls of the Baroque facade and below the voices intoning desperate prayers. Nora pulls on my hand, dragging me back to reality. We walk along the square in silence. Then we take several climbing roads. Protected by the darkness, we cross a large part of the city unhindered. There are still people there. The audio sounds like someone's talking. I point out the direction of Rafik and Sam's hideout to Marina. She nods and continues to guide us. When we near the house, Nora and I hurry inside. Rafik is right there, keeping guard. Well, now it's about time. Sorry, we had a few incidents. How's Sam? Rafiq frowns. So, he was very agitated, but he finally dropped off. Is he ill? No, no, but you know, yes, we know, Nora and I. Sam tends to freak out when he's anxious. He was very tired. I'm sure he'll be better when he's had something to eat and drink. We invite Marina to join us and we take the time to recount our adventures to Rafiq over a frugal meal. Sam wakes up and comes over to snuggle in Nora's arms for a long time, then in mine, before having any food. He devours everything we offer him, except the dried meat, which he refuses to touch. Sam must have been very worried um with both his parents being gone. Since he's woken up, Marina hasn't taken her eyes off Sam. She seems hypnotized. Maybe it's the first time she's seen like a younger person. Yeah, there aren't many children around here. Is that it? No. Marina seems overwhelmed by her emotions. I speak to Rafik. We've agreed to do a favor for Marina to thank her for her help. She told us about the house where we have to stop before we continue our journey. I give our benefactress a questioning look, but she simply encourages me with a nod of her head. And in fact, I don't really know what we'll do there. That's true. She just said to stop there. Nobody can know for you what you must do. A hush follows this statement. That's deep. Marina waves away Nora's remark. There are two young people there. They need your help. They cannot stay there. Are they friends of yours? She shrugs, but she doesn't reply. Oh, maybe those are ano, because this is the backstory of how we met Inaya and Son. So why do you want us to help these people? I wanna know. This time she grips my arm and looks at me, her face grave. You asked too many questions. You owe me a favor. And I'll keep my word. Rafiq cements the deal. Okay. Well, we've got an objective anyway, and we've stayed here long enough. Let's get going. That's scary. We gather our things. Marina wishes us farewell. Before leaving, she throws herself at Sam's feet and utters a prayer to her god. Sam's not sure what to do. He strokes her hair awkwardly and helps her up. Aw, that's so cute. She wipes away the tears that stream down her cheeks and leaves her with a faltering step after throwing a final blessing at us. Once loaded with our packs, we begin walking the streets of the upper city in search of the house with green walls. It's the small hours of night, but the sky is still obscured. I hope you won't find ourselves trapped by the flames. Rafiq walks at my side while Sam makes the most of his mother's presence. Nice work, Camille. You did a good job, you and Nora. We'll be able to hold on for several weeks with what you've found. Um, Mostly thanks to Nora. Yeah, as usual, you're kind of useless, but we love you anyway, you know. Haha, says the guy who stayed hidden playing dice. You're happy enough to have me look after your sprog while you and your bird were goofing off in town. Touche, I stand corrected. Tell me, in your opinion, the dried meat you found, what kind of meat is it, do you think? Oh, that is a question that would be best not answered in this type of scenario. Uh, to be honest, I hate dried meat. I don't eat jerky or yung ano, floss. It's a weird texture, okay? And it's tough. It looks like pig. That was a specialty of this region before, I think. The moment I say the words, I'm replied out. Rafiq shrugs. You know, I haven't seen many pigs around here. Woof! I'm not even appalled by the idea that it could be human flesh. Oh my god, I mean, it wouldn't be impossible for people to resort to cannibalism in this um circumstances. I mean, lots of dead bodies, no food, diba? No water. I mean, what else would you eat? Diba? Also, I just now noticed that Camille is wearing a crop top. I'm all for the resurgence of crop tops for guys, guys. Crop tops for guys. I just think sink deeper into apathy and resentment. Could we one day drag ourselves from this chasm of atrocity? Will we be able to live a normal life again? Yeah, we got no choice. We need the protein. Suit yourself, but in any case, I don't think Sam will eat it. Do you think he knows? How could that be possible? It's Sam. He knows things. Yeah. Sam is actually very perceptive. I'm thinking that of that cryptic comment as Sam catches up with us and points out at the house. Daddy, isn't that the one? The house? Despite the murk, we can detect the green walls that contrast with the peeling red paint of of the door. The whole place is in a bad state. The facade is blackened by a fire that has clearly ravaged the surroundings. The blinds are patched together and the windows barricaded. Not knowing what to do, I simply knock on the door. Let's just knock on the door. Someone told us to go there. Let's just knock on the door. Would you in this scenario? For example, I'm hiding out at the house. All the other houses are probably abandoned. Like, why would someone knock at my specific house? Right? 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 No source of food. Alternate source of food. They did say there were no more pigs and the birds are all gone. The birds are basically all gone because they were the first that were affected by the climate change. In this area, um it used to be there used to be a lot of pigs, but yeah, as they talked about in the in their conversation, the 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 dried meat is probably not pig. And I don't see in the previous photos, I mean drawings that we're seeing art, um I didn't see any I didn't see any animals anywhere, but there were a lot of dead bodies, so it's highly possible that in this area it could be people, the food that they have. Okay, so Nora grasps my arm as soon as I'm about to head for the doorstep. Hang on, Camille. I'm going to check out the house first. She disappears around the corner of the building. We wait in silence. She reappears a few minutes later and announces in a low voice, two people in a room on the west side. I think they spotted us and they're hiding. We'd better let them know we don't mean them any harm. Would you be eating human flesh if you're in that situation? Hmm. I mean, if I were in this situation and I don't have anything else to eat, I don't have any more choices, probably, yeah, to survive, in order to survive. I won't be participating in any killing, cutting, or anything. I would be participating in only the eating part. It's okay if I know what it is, but girl, I am not gonna be cooking that. I am not gonna be cutting up anyone. You take care of that. It's gonna be weird the first time, I guess, like since it's an apocalyptic situation, right? You have to do what you have to do. So yeah, we'd better let them know we don't mean them any harm. Okay, but how? Rafik shrugs and suddenly knocks on the door several times, announcing in a loud voice, "Don't be scared! We don't mean you any harm. FBI, open up!" We watch Rafik baffled. Wow, so talk about subtle. I'm torn between amusement and concern. Sam's laughter is catching. We're surprised to give in one by one to unexpected hilarity. Rafik pretends to be annoyed. Sure, it's easy to make fun of the people who take the initiative. That's true, Rafik. Luckily, you're here to show us the way. Yeah, the way. Way too loud. I'm aware it's not at all that funny, but it sets us off into another paroxysm of laughter. Big word. After a minute, I notice between peals of laughter that the door is open. Two young people are watching us with astonishment. This is our first contact with the Nayan zone. They're thin, very pretty dirty. I don't know how long they've been hiding here, but they're clearly terrified. Who are you? We're travelers, we won't hurt you. Travelers? Yes, Marina sent us. They exchanged glances. I want to know who Marina is, actually. Do you know Marina? They nod and invite us inside. And I want to know why Marina just doesn't want to tell us who they are. There's a pungent smell inside, rancid. Marina's a friend. She helped us to escape. Escape? The city is divided between several armed militias. It was okay with the first gang. We had to work hard, but it was okay. But when they were attacked by another gang, they moved us, and we were held down. We were held by force down there, forced to. She's overcome. Her companion takes her in his arms, and she nestles against his chest. We've been here for days. I know they're still looking for us. If they find us, they'll kill us, or worse. I sense Nora's frown. I can almost hear her fury snarl. It's infuriating, even if we knew it. Of course, slavery. Of course, the domination and exploitation of the weakest. When will it stop? Sam steps forward and takes my hand. Can we give them something to eat, Daddy? Yes, of course. They're shocked as they finally notice Sam. A child, he's so beautiful. She kneels to put herself at Sam's height and ruffles his hair. My name's Sam. I'm Camille, this is Nora and Rafiq. They introduce themselves in turn and we offer them food and drink. Inay and Son fill their bellies, weeping with joy. They thank us at almost every mouthful. I'm a little embarrassed and decide to give them some privacy for their meal. I use the chance to gather Rafiq and Nora around me. We can't leave them here. You want to bring them along on the road with us? I might suggest it to them. Do you disagree? Well, it's fine, but they can hardly stand. It's going to slow us down a lot. How far do you want them to come with us? I don't know. Just a bit further. Our resources are a bit limited, but there'll be more of us to try to find more. That's true. And, they did help us until this juncture where they want to stop at the barn and try to grow the barley. They've bonded with each of us, and have shown themselves brave and willing. But today I know they're facing a difficult choice. Now Inaya is here in front of me, waiting for my reaction. So what do you say, Camille? We could settle in this barn. Yeah, I mean, we've helped you the best we can. And if you think that you can settle here and make yourselves comfortable and live here, I mean, go ahead. It won't be easy, but if you rest enough, you could probably get back off on the right foot. Maybe catch us up. But I wouldn't advise you to stay here too long. The risk of being spotted by raiders will increase every day if you stay. That is true, and there are only two of you left. The time has come for you to lip sync for your life. Chart. I signal the departure. We're leaving Inaya and so on behind. Despite my confidence yesterday evening, I'm not at all sure it's a good idea to stay here. Did we say the wrong thing to them? Are they gonna die? Would we be coming back on this path later on? Wait, probably not, because we do need to go north, and I doubt we are going back south, diba? But I hope you don't die. Thank you for joining us. Now you may sashay away. I'd like to believe that our paths will cross again, but there's a part of me knows full well that we'll never see them again. Are you saying they're dying? Our goodbyes feel like farewells. I can't stop myself from suggesting one last time that they come with us. Are you sure you really want to stay? There's always a place for you in our company. Inaya smiles, glowing and confident, while Soon holds her hand. I don't think they're gonna live that long here. The land looks barren. Don't worry, Camille, we have our own adventures ahead of us. I noticed that Son's gaze rests on Inaya's belly and a strange feeling grips me. I throw a worried glance at Nora. She gives me a discreet nod and goes over to Inaya to kiss her. Did we leave them and they're pregnant? Oh my god, are we killing a pregnant family? Oh, that is a bad decision to make. Okay, our first victims for this playthrough are Inaya and Son. I'm so sorry for you. You really should come with us, Inaya. You'd be safer. We can wait a few more days if you want. We're decided, Nora. Don't worry about us. Nora sighs and strokes Inaya's cheek. Well, alright. Take care of yourself. A few hours later, we're already far along the gravelly, dry lanes. I talk to Nora as we walk. Do you think Inaya is pregnant? It's possible, yes. That's why they wanted to stay. They should have spoken to us. We could have slowed the pace, all of us together. Would you have done that? The question surprises me. Would I have slowed down? No. Every day we spend in this region increases the risk that we're all going to die. That's true. We can't hang around here any longer. She winds her fingers through mine. I can tell she's grateful that I've uttered the hard to accept truth. She's probably recalling the long months when she was expecting Sam. It was difficult, even though we had the whole clan to help us through it. They'll be alright. I look at her out of the corner of my eye and I'm surprised to see her eyes glisten despite her determined expression. She repeats with a sigh, she'll be alright. Why did you. Do you not believe in Zone? The scenery has subtly changed. The desolate plains are now scattered with charred trees. Their silhouettes are disturbing, bristling with blackened branches. They bring to mind hands twisted with pain, frozen in one last gasp. Sometimes a tree suddenly collapses under the wind. It breaks and slumps with a series of sinister cracks, then scatters in clouds of sooty dust. The agonized groans of these wretched plants punctuate our otherwise silent march. After some days of walking, I notice a strange phenomenon in the distance in our path. The sky is obscured by some sort of vast cloud that is moving far too fast, accompanied by a kind of distant buzzing. Are these locusts? I stop the company to try to make sense of what I've seen. Rafik comes over and announces in a grim voice, Locusts, oh shit! I splutter with surprise. A cloud that size? There must be hundreds of millions of locusts. Yup, that's right. But there's not a thing left to eat for miles around. How did they survive? Are they gonna eat us? Are these like mutated locusts that eat human flesh now? Do they eat each other or what? No, but those creatures can cross amazing distances. What do we do? He shrugs. We can try to go through. I don't think they'll try to eat us. Sure, but us though, we could eat them, right? Yup, we could eat them toasted or crush them into a powder. It's very nourishing and keeps a long time. But it's going to be very noisy. We probably won't be able to rest for several days. I glance at my map. We could try to go around them. If we went north, we'd be able to avoid them completely by going through this mountainous area. Sam, who's come closer, suddenly says, I thought we mustn't go to the north. Huh? Why's that? Because I heard that. With how? Seeing the doubt in my face, he adds, someone told me. A heavy silence follows his statement. Bro, this Sam kid is very creepy. I know Sam's been having visions for some time, even if he rarely speaks of it. They're probably hallucinations brought on by the post-traumatic stress, but Rafik seems to give them some credence and Nora has remained silent on the matter. Sam sus. I approach Sam and ask him gently, do you want to tell me about it? He hesitates. Did you see somebody? A long time ago? No, he just went past. There. I'm sure that nobody has gone past the place where he's pointing. We couldn't have not seen them. Except that it wasn't really someone. It was like something left over after. Oh shit, this kid sees ghosts! After what? After when you're dead. A ghost? Bro, I thought I wasn't playing a scary game. Why are there ghosts suddenly? Yeah, sort of. You saw a ghost? Sam nods. And it told you something? Yes, he said not to go to the north. I think over my next question. I kind of want to know what Sam sees. So, can you describe it to me? It was a man. He just passed there. He came from that direction. Sam points toward the north. How did he look, this man? I don't know. He looked like he was looking for home. But how was he dressed, for example? I'm not sure. He had a hat, and he kept clearing his throat as if something was squeezing his throat and stopping him from breathing. Sam struggles to find the words. He's close to tears. Take your time, honey. Breathe. He obeys and composes himself. Sorry, Daddy. It's hard to explain. A bit like when you try to tell someone about a dream, you know? Yes, I understand, my angel. The more I try to talk about it, the more it gets all fuzzy. That's true. Actually, that's why when you want to remember a dream, so when you dream, the moment you wake up, you write it down. Because every time you try to remember it, it's going to be different and it's going to be hazy. So the best thing to do if you want to remember your dream is to write down the moment you wake up. But what's weird is I don't really dream a lot. And if I do, it's weird dreams. Like the tears are returning. I can maybe ask him one last question. You often see things that other people don't see. Only people. Do they scare you? A bit sometimes. But it's not really their fault. It's just that sometimes they look weird. Sam seems desperately sorry and frustrated for not being able to give me more detail. He collapses in tears. I take him in my arms and rock him gently until he's calm. I won't push him any further. Okay, buddy, it's over. We'll stop there. I'm sorry, Daddy. I can't help you more. You already did fine. Don't worry, I'm at a loss. I want to help Sam make it so his vision stop, but I don't know how. I turn to the others. Nora has come over to take Sam in her arms. Rafiq simply shakes his head, thoughtfully, clearly moved by what he's just heard. Rafiq? Yep. What do you think? I think I have absolutely no desire to head north. But well, it's up to you, Camille. He gives me a friendly clap on the shoulder. We'll follow you no matter what. I straighten up. The buzzing has grown louder. The cloud of locusts is more and more imposing and moves at an astounding speed. The creatures are probably starving in quest of plant life to ravage. I have to decide fast. I take a deep breath, something happens, and a jarring memory surfaces in my mind. I push the gate open with my small hands and creep inside. When I enter my father's garden, I always have the feeling I'm entering an enchanted world. When I enter my father's garden, I always have the feeling I'm entering an enchanted world, a place where anything can happen. The buzzing of busy bees, the aromatic plants that push against each other in joyous cacophony of the senses. The mingled scents of lavender, coriander, and thyme intoxicate me as I hop along the lopsided little flagstones which wind between the bushes and the climbing plants to the small vegetable patch. Avoiding the wild little worker bees, I linger near the flowers, gaping, the tip of my nose against touching them. I squint inside, holding my breath, in the hope of seeing a fairy come out, or a sprite, or some other marvelous creature we still had the right to believe in when we were children back then. My father's awakening began up in a pot of honey. He ate it perennially until the day that he learned in the documentary that honey, true honey, was about to become a thing of the past. Because the bees were too. So much so that the honey factories were adding sugar syrup to the honey to keep up with the demand. It was from that rather selfish stimulus that he started finding out. I can see him standing in the midst of his magic garden, the smile on his face as he watches my approach. The crazy plants press around me, the flower stems brush against my legs and elbows. Some of them tower above me. Do you like honey, Camille? I don't remember that. I don't remember the taste. The memory is there, but sweet as it could have been, it has become too bitter for me to touch on. Even here in the safety of my father's garden, even with the bees buzzing softly around my ears. If I could have guessed that this sound would one day be gone from my universe, if I could have, what would I have done? I'm sorry, son. I wish I'd have known sooner. I'm not sure you could have done anything, just you alone in your fairy tale garden. I wanted so much to help the bees save the world. I wish I could have done something to have stopped the whole world from withering away. You did what you could, Dad. We had hope, when I began all this garden for us, for the bees. The hope that it wasn't too late. Oh, that's why we had your little sister. My mother has just appeared beside me, as if by magic in this garden, a possibility still allowed. One hand resting on her slightly rounded belly, she watches me with infinite affection. Where is your sister, though? She joins my father and plants a kiss on his cheek, tanned by a sun, already high, already too hot. The two of them watch me in silence, creating the barrier of love and sweetness around me that I had forgotten. I haven't been a child for a long time. Conflicting emotions fill me recalling this moment when I learned that the little sister would now become no now come with me through life. The moment I break the silence, I don't remember how I reacted as a child. Maybe I was irresponsible. A moment of silence, then I literally see the intensity of pain paint itself in ashy streaks down my mother's face. My father sees it too. He looks about to respond, then he crouches by the vegetable patch and pretends to pull up weeds to give us some space, Mom and I. I fear that someday one of you would see things that way. Of course, Camille, we knew what we were getting ourselves into. We knew the world was sick and that we couldn't do much to heal it at our level. But when it happened, we decided to give hope a chance. We thought we would be able to protect you. That if it was too late for the world, for our family, there would still be time. I say nothing. Oddly, I'd never imagined she would have anticipated this reaction from me, a mother's intuition. And you had Sam. Didn't that change your mind? Yes, I had Sam, and I love him with all my heart. But things aren't the same for Nora and I. There, where we lived, it was the way things were done, having children, fresh blood, to survive, through them. Isn't that the same thing that your parents were doing? If I'd had the same choice as you, I don't know if I'd have done it. I don't believe your sister resents us for her life, Camille. As Sam doesn't resent me, but the words jostle each other in my throat. Everything is so hard now, Mom. I'm shaking like a leaf. The words muddled in my child's throat. The injustice of what's happening to us, of what we must endure, makes my heart burn with fury. And here and now, in the arms of my mother, where I can still be a child, still be not strong, I weep like the child I was. Powerful sobs, incoherent and stuffed with hiccups, sobs like I haven't allowed myself for years, perhaps since Sam was born. That illusion of unwavering strength that I force myself to show. Why, after all? My mother clasps me in her arms and my father joins us, resting his large hand on my head. We thought we were able to protect you from everything. We felt invincible for a while. Forgive us, Camille. Forgive us for everything. I want to answer them, to tell them that I too am sorry, that nobody could have imagined, truly imagined, how far everything would be screwed up. But I can't speak anymore, or even breathe properly. Salt engulfs my throat, tiny spines scratch at my face. At this strange dream, with notes of memory flees in a panic movement of scrabbling away a locust, which clings obstinately to my beard. The present imposes itself once more. Barely seconds have passed, a few seconds of infinity. I have to make a decision. We'll go through the swarm. We could set up a tent here and wait for them to arrive. That way, Sam will be relatively safe with one of us, and the two others can go out in a pair with something to catch us enough locusts to make some food reserves. I believe Sam's vision. I believe him 100%. If you tell me that you see dead people and that a creepy guy with a hat told you not to go north, I will believe you. We will wait for the locusts. We'll exhaust ourselves less than all of us trying to cross straight through. Hey, no, I want to catch some locusts too. They don't scare me. Then you come with us, Sam. I considered this suggestion for a moment before speaking. Okay, let's do that. We could take shelter for a few hours, take turns to get some rest. Only the concept of rest is going to be pretty nebulous with the infernal racket these creatures are making. They are freaking noisy. I can already hear them. Perhaps if we put bits of cloth in our ears, we could muffle the noise. Let's try it. We'll see. Rafiq's right. It would be a pity to miss out on a food source. That is true. Everyone tacitly begins to put the tent up before the locusts arrive. Then we all wait inside for the wave to hit us. I just hope like the locusts don't eat through the tent because they do that sometimes, right? At the instant when the first insects start landing on the tent, we instinctively huddle together, gasping, plugging our ears as best as we can with shreds of fabric from our store. After a muffled, torpid moment where we all try to get used to the incessant whirring that drones right through our bowels, Rafiq stands up. He's frowning with discomfort, but his voice is still full of determination when he says, as he heads for the tent entrance, "Let's not lose any time. I'm going out to gather a batch of our little plant-eating pals. Who's coming with me?" At the moment, I'm about to join him. One of the tent pegs, despite having been carefully anchored in the ground, comes loose. Oh shit! The movement drives me to my knees as I push back the tent canvas which clings to my body. Nora and Rafiq come to help me out, pushing back the insect-laden cloth, which has begun to engulf our shelter. Oh shit. Are we dying? Like, the graphics in this game are so cool. Like, you can see that it's darkening a little bit, or am I just imagining that? But you can see it. We've underestimated the mass of locusts and the airstream caused by their environment, and the tent won't hold out long at this rate. Let's back up. The tent won't hold out under the weight of the locusts. There's no choice. We'll have to go through the swarm. The noise rapidly becomes deafening, and the swarm of locusts abruptly darkens. They fly at astounding speed. We're forced to cover our heads and the rest of our bodies with cloth to absorb the collisions. Their number is terrifying, but the size of the creatures is even more astonishing. The biggest ones are almost the size of my hand. I've never seen anything like it. Rafiq uses a big sack made from a blanket to capture the insects. When night falls, we're still laboriously advancing through the interminable swarm. Nora points out the structure I hadn't noticed on our right. Oh, shelter! It's a long stone building, probably an old chapel. We could certainly take shelter there for a few hours at least. Even inside, the locusts are numerous, but we can finally uncover our faces and sit for a while. Nora prepares the fire straight away, while Rafiq gets busy making insect skewers. Food! Despite I didn't notice if our food thing went up. Despite our unappetizing appearance, I have to admit that once toasted, the locusts are pretty tasty. I don't know about you, but me, these are my favorite insects. And what's the insect you like least? Mosquitoes. Oh yes, the locusts are bigger and noisier, a bit like you. But at least they don't carry malaria. And most important, you can't eat mosquitoes. Mosquitoes. That's true. On the other hand, if there was even the smallest chance of anything growing around here, it's just been reduced to nothing. So much food for us. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Rafiq continues cooking the insects for most of the night. The meal is very... Wala na agad! Already! The meal is very frugal. Rafiq drinks a lot, but it's good to see his vitality. As at every camp, I review the conditions of our room and our provisions. We have to ration our supplies. This won't be feasible much longer. I offer to lead an expedition to explore the area. I suggest we all stay in the shelter and get... Okay, let's do an exhibition. Nora is exhausted. I'm exhausted. I send Rafiq. I send Sam. Okay, I send them both. The expedition gets hold of a metal clamp which will be useful. Rafiq persists a bit longer and finds some cans left in an attic. Nice. We use the cool of the early hours to pack up and get moving again. That's such a good ration for us. Chapter 3. There may be a way to do well out of this. So now we descend into a hilly region.
The terrain is even more arid. The road is flanked by ancient vineyards, long deserted, now invaded by spiny bushes so dry and gray we can't tell if they're dead or alive. By and by, at the bend in the dusty trail, we discover below us a wide valley, in the hollow of which can be seen the disquieting shapes of patched up old dwellings. They're nothing but flimsy constructions of sheet metal, steel, and scrap to protect the fragile herd animals that we are. I waved to Rafik and Nora to join me. I actually don't know how long this game still has. I think we are at chapter 3. I ended at chapter 3, I remember. So, do you see that? Yep, there are people in there, lots of people. At first glance, it looks more like a prison than a camp. I'd say they're stuck here. Oh, there's people. What do we do? Rafik and Nora exchange glances. Rafik shrugs and speaks first. I say we go. There's got to be a way to talk. Nora purses her lips. I think we should be cautious. Camille and I could scout it out first. And leave me behind again? Honestly, I don't mind carrying the bags. But if you wanted me to be Sam's nanny, you should have warned me. You're not Sam's nanny. If I want to keep you to keep an eye on Sam, it's because I trust you. Mm, I'm gonna reassure Rafik. So Rafik grumbles but concedes. Alright, don't go getting up on your high camel. I know you're less conspicuous than me, but stay alert. I think maybe with those folk we could do well out of this. Do well, you mean trade with them? But you've got nothing to offer. Rafik grins at me. We have a lot of locusts. Rafik grins at me. On the contrary, I think we've got a big stock of the one thing they need most, a bath? No, hope. Ah, yes, we haven't got a bath, mommy. Very true, yeah. It's been a while. We started on this journey and it's been days since we had a bath. The priority is to avoid trouble. Spell it out. The priority is to avoid trouble. Okay, so we got a blue. Maybe because we're level headed. Okay, the priority is to avoid trouble. Rafik raises his hands in surrender. You're the boss. Oh, Nora studies Rafik, intrigued. Wait, do you want to tell us exactly what you've got in mind, Rafik? Rafik lets us gather around him before explaining. There has to be food in the camp. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people in the same place. Not enough for everyone, it would seem. Quite, but plenty for a small company. You want to steal their provisions? No, at least not exactly. Rafik. He flaps his hand at me to wait and keeps talking. If we pick out a few people and offer to them north with us in exchange for some resources, it's up to them to figure out how to get them to us. And you don't care how they get them? Frankly, no. It's out the question. Then what? How do we get them out? Then what? How do we get them out? With us, of course, and us. Exactly how do we get out? Ah, well, I don't know yet, but what I do know is that we'd think better with full bellies. We have a lot of food, though. I don't much like the way Rafik sees things, but he's right that we do represent the best chance those people have of one day getting across the mountains. If you could make a few allies, that would certainly be a good thing. We'll see. Are you ready, Nora? She nods. Let's go. I think it's the best if we have a few more people with us, since we need to gather resources every now and then. But right now, the food supply we have is just enough for us four. So I don't know how getting more people is gonna affect the ration that we currently have. Okay, we steal down to the first shelters. The sour odor of human filth quickly intensifies. We mask our lower faces. We continue, our faces uncovered. I think we should uncover our faces. Maybe people would think wrongly if we put masks on our faces. Maybe they would think that we are robbers or something. The closer we get, the more obvious it is that the people here are no threat. They drag their figures with difficulty amongst the metal debris and the makeshift stone shelters. They look to be at the end of their strength, and most of them are missing one or more limbs or are badly wounded. Oh no, we're at a bad place. I don't think anyone can help us if it's this situation. Suddenly, Ray's voice. Oh shit! There are militia here. Suddenly, Ray's voices drowned out the groans and hacking cuffs, prompting us to take cover against one of the buildings. We watch as a small group of men go past, dressed in combat fatigues and carrying a motley selection of firearms from assault rifles to shotguns. Oh shit. Did we make a wrong choice of like going here? Do you think? They roughly push the poor unfortunates out of their way. They carry out what looks like a camp inspection, but they don't linger. Finally, they select three slightly younger and less sick than the others and force them to follow them to another area of the camp, enclosed by fencing and barbed wire. Should we follow them? We don't move. When the patrol is out of sight, we wait in silence for a while before carefully continuing our approach. They don't notice us immediately. All of them are too busy with simply surviving a day, an hour, a minute longer. They've set out several grubby canisters around the camp, probably trying to collect rainwater, but the containers remain woefully dry. It is the desert area. A one-legged old man with a disease-ravaged face, finally notices us. I can feel the astonishment in his gaze. He doesn't take his eyes off us. I signal Nora and we approach him. As soon as we're within an earshot, he murmurs something in Spanish, in a hoarse, rasping voice. I answer in Arabic, then in French. He nods his head at the French. You're not from around here. No, we're not. You're beautiful. Unsure how to respond, I tell myself that no doubt he's mistaken the word. Still, he looks us up and down with a mix of respect and yearning. Maybe because they look healthy. And, like, people here do not look healthy. I realize that we're in great shape compared to local standards, nor especially her athletic figure and her feline grace must surely arouse admiration. Who are you? I'm Camille and this is Nora. We're just travelers. Travelers? Travelers. He repeats the word with pleasure, as if savoring a delicacy. Los caminantes sagrados, caminantes de la esperanza. I don't know what caminanzas mean. Sacred. Caminantes de la esperanza. Esperanza, I think, means beautiful. Lleva contigo el recuerdo de mi en lugar de mi cuerpo roto. I don't know what that means. I raise an eyebrow, not understanding. I watch the tears run silently down his cheeks. I want to know what he said. Can we do anything for you? Ignoring my question, he suddenly seems to emerge from his reverie and looks around himself with panicked glances. You can't stay here. They'll be back. Leave, quick. Wait, we've still got questions for you. If they see you here, it's over. They'll cut off your legs, your head, they'll cut off your wings, and you'll be like us, like me. Who are they? The tormentors. They're cruel. They patrol. They will see you. Run. I nod and we start to move away. One last thing. Is there a way to get through the mountains? Yeah, I need to ask. His ruined face is frozen for a moment with an unreadable expression. Come back tonight if you want, but not now. Too dangerous. Leave fast. He just gesticulates as he drives us away. Some of the others finally notice us. They watch as we leave the camp, then to return to the heights. Once the motley collection of shelters is far behind us, I think of all those crammed in wretches surviving as best as they can, and of what the old man said about cutting off our wings. I can't help recalling the last time I slept in the big city. I was about 20 years old and I was passing through the town. Which town was it? I forgot the name. It's not important. It was one of those big modern cities on the edge of the desert, built in the last century with wealth from black gold. Stricken by crisis and wars, the heap of metallic and concrete constructions had quickly turned into a trap for its citizens, starved and exploited by the dominant political, military, and religious caste, or all three at once. As every year we'd endured higher and higher temperature spikes. Except this time it was a little hotter for a little longer, and it was too much, much too much. People dropped like flies. Makeshift hospitals were cobbled together wherever there was a little shade and cool, in gymnasiums, in station concourses, in underground parking lots. but the outages prevented equipment from being installed. Announcements continuously echoed through the streets, speakers crackling out obsolete recommendations. Stay hydrated. Speaking of stay hydrated, don't leave your home except in an emergency. Avoid physical exertion. The inanity of the guidelines might have been funny if it hadn't been so tragic. Following the advice, it's assumed firstly that you had access to drinking water, and also that your so called home hadn't already transformed into a furnace. Lastly, the recommendations only actually concerned a very small portion of the population. I was outside that day in search of water. I'd been housed the night before by a little family whose only wealth was their compassion and their humanity. The least I could do was everything possible to return the favor. Unfortunately, I wasn't. The least I could do was everything possible to return the favor. So there I am, roaming the streets, hoping to find a reasonably clean water source. The streets are deserted. Petrol has been rare and too expensive for a long time. Suddenly, a thud startles me. I look for the sources of the noise. Around me, the heat emanating from the asphalt is almost unbearable. I finally see it. A few meters away, a bird crashed into the ground. I look in disbelief at the small heap of bloodied white feathers. Another thump surprises me. Oh no, the birds are dying. Then another, and many others. I run in search. I try to understand what's happening. Like, if the birds suddenly fall from the sky, I would want to know what's happening. I look at the sky, astonished. A rain of birds crashes down on the neighborhood. I can't guess the height of their fall, but I hear windows breaking and roofs bending beneath the impacts. Streaming down around me, a deafening host of macabre bouquets, wreaths of feathers and blood. Finally, I scramble into a building entrance where I squeeze in with a dozen other bystanders. Time stands still. We watch in silence as the birds slam down for a long time. Too long. When it finally stops, the scorching ground is coated with feathers which drift down through the stifling air. All of us have as much difficulty realizing that it's over as we had understanding when it began. For several minutes, I feel as though I can still hear the creatures dropping, the muffled crunch of their fragile bones resonating in the silence, but I'm almost certain I'm imagining it. It's over. I look at the faces of those sheltered with me. Beneath the little porch, where we're all crammed in together. Nobody meets the eyes of the others. Everyone stares at the floor, but not too far. Not far enough to see anything that might make them have to think. There are a few uncomfortable whispers spoken only to fill the unbearable silence, to fill the void fast and avoid the dizzying sense of guilt. A child starts to cry. He cries a long time, and the adults leave. The child and I remain there, him weeping and me staring at the devastation. Because I don't want to look away. I want to look at it straight on, this god awful world we've made. They'll tell us in the news it was an exceptional case. Probably caused by a heat wave, but deep down we don't believe that. It was just some birds, migrating too late, who got themselves into trouble. But the child and I, we know that those birds, those tiny bloodied heaps, shattered on the burning asphalt, they matter. He weeps and I rage. And then we look at each other. The water that fills his huge, soft eyes dilutes my fury. And yet, I don't like children. They don't understand anything. They're strangers to poetry and wit. They're selfish and self-absorbed. They don't truly understand gratitude, and their rare, generous impulses are usually driven by strict upbringing, nothing more. At least that's what I believed at the time. Well, you have a kid now, so I think you understand better, right? But it wasn't poetry that fell from the sky that day. It was stark reality, raw and naked. A nakedness that the grown-ups hastened to drape with black humor and hypocrisy. The only one who had truly seen, the only one who had truly understood what was this damp-eyed child. Almost 20 years later, I know that overall they didn't make it, the birds. Today, the blue sky is as deserted and silent as a shard of glass. We killed the birds, and I had a child. I emerged from my reverie as we reached the summit. The afternoon is already well advanced. Sam runs to meet us and tells us about the various games that Rafiq has thought up to pass the time. Once we're at the peak, the group gathers around me. I quickly relate the situation and tell them what I think. We shouldn't get involved in what's going on here. We have an opportunity. What do you think, guys? It's because. I mean, it's very dangerous in the area that we were just in. So, for everyone who just got into our stream, the passage from before is just a flashback. But before this scene, before we got back to this camp, there we went to a place, but everyone there is sick and almost dying, and the problem is it's very heavily guarded. So I think going back to that area is gonna be dangerous for us. We have enough sources, anyways. I don't want to risk us dying, but I also want to help some people that are there. I mean, we gave a little hope to the old man already. We we well, we didn't tell him to come back, that we're going back, but we did. He did ask us to come back at night. So I think we should go back. We have an opportunity. The people are packed in behind stockades. Some kind of militia controls the pass. They are hardy enough to survive here, and I think most of them won't last much longer. But we could make an offer to those who are still able to come with us, try to get them out of there. Besides, they seem to have information to give us that would help us cross. What do you think, Nora? Nora shakes her head and speaks up. Of course she doesn't want to. The patrols are well equipped. Their weapons look well cared for. I'd be interested to know how many of them there are and exactly what their goal is. Also, considering how many people are packed in here, I think that if there's a less obvious passage to the north, then it's dangerous or difficult to find. The only way to get any answers is to go back tonight, but I don't trust those people there. Do you think we should go or not? We should go, but we shouldn't rush in blindly. Oh, so at least she still wants to go back. That's good that's good for us. Because me personally, I wouldn't go back. It's too scary. I get that Nora can fight, but I think it's only Nora that could fight in this group. They promise us familiar, but it could also be a trap. Those people are desperate. I'm sure they wouldn't hesitate to betray us for an extra mouthful of water. That's true. That could also happen. You're right, we should be ready to defend ourselves. I think we should prepare for the worst, since there are a lot of since they are heavily guarded there. You're right, we should be ready to defend ourselves. I'll go tonight. I give Rafik a searching look. I think I can negotiate with them, and if things go tits up and I get caught, you get yourselves out here pronto. What do you say? It's up to me to go back. Alright, Rafik, you go alone. We'll both go, Rafik. No, nobody's going back there. I don't think I should go back alone. I think Rafik is our best bet, since he since we have had a lot of um good stuff come up whenever we send Rafik to talk to people, right? He always negotiates something for us. So I think me and Rafik should go. Okay. Rafik takes a light load, some provisions and a few tools, probably hoping to be able to trade. Myself, I take a flint and what's needed to make a torch in case we find ourselves without light or needing to send a signal. Yeah, I think this is best. When night has fallen, we set off. Nora comes with us halfway, where she settles into a rocky alcove hidden in the hillside. From here, she can watch over both the valley and the camp, where Sam remains at the summit. She hugs me, and before we pull apart, she whispers in my ear, I thought she was coming with us and is gonna leave Sam alone. Come back to me. Aww. I kiss her softly, then Rafik and I continue our descent toward the camp. I hope it doesn't die. I hope nobody dies. Despite the deep dark of the moonless night, we have no difficulty finding the camp, which is dimly lit by a few pallid lamps. I turn back from time to time, trying to pick out Nora and failing. Is that a sign? After an approach made arduous by the lack of light, we enter the camp. A group of refugees await us. One of them gives me a friendly nod and approaches us. We've been waiting for you. We don't talk about Bruno, no. Come, it's this way. He slips between two buildings. I walk on calmly. I'm astonished to discover an older stone structure behind the scrap metal shacks. We enter an open roofed building. It takes me a few minutes to realize that we're in the ruins of an ancient cloister. The square lined with broken columns is still visible. A few fires have been lit around the garden. Rafik lets out a little whistle, impressed seeing the carvings still perceptible on the capitals of some of the columns. In the middle of the garden, a small group of people are gathered around the old man I'd met earlier. They watch us as we approach. I notice that they're positioned around an old stone well. The listless blazes set around the garden streak the old man's ravaged face with their pallid glow. He speaks up, addressing me in his gravelly voice, punctuated by whistling breaths. Oh my god, this guy doesn't have an arm and a foot. They cut it off. Welcome, Caminantes. Take a seat. He indicates a space next to him. What does Caminantes mean? Is it a bad thing? Is it like a sacrifice? I do so, watching the group. It's made up of around 15 people, mostly old or at least tired. Their scrawny forms inspire nothing but compassion, and their respectful eyes reassure me about their intent. At least, he feels he's safe. Rafik also sits. He gestures me to be calm. You know, there was a fine monastery here before, a majestic and sacred place. Only the ruins remain, where the Vandals have built this miserable camp. We come to meet here every evening to not forget. Not forget what? Our humanity. Oh my god, that's good to hear. Is there still water in this well? Who are those Vandals you speak of? What's your story? We need to leave now. I want to know a lot. There is no water in this well. I'm sure about it. So, I want to know about these Vandals. His eyes harden. The thugs who hold us prisoner here with almost nothing to live on. Where did they come from? He shrugs. I don't know. Some of them were surely part of some military group before. They've been joined by others, vigilantes or hunters. Now they're nothing but a group of savages, better armed and more numerous than the others. They impose their will, using violence, exploiting the weak, and controlling the roads north. Do they control all the roads north? How many of them are there? Do they control? It's hard to say. We were trapped in this camp trying to take one of them. I hope there are still ways to get through for you. Do they have a headquarters? Yes, as far as I know, there are 2 or 3 camps like this one on the road north. Their HQ is probably in the mountains, near the pass. The pass? He waves his hands, evoking a pass, clearly a steep one. Roncesvalles. The name rings a bell, but it must be a little different in French. A metallic sound outside the cloister breaks the night silence. Oh! Everyone stops and listens, appraising the quiet. The old man lifts a hand in a calming gesture. It's still early. We have some time before the first patrol. Yeah, we still have some time, so I think we have enough for one more story. So what's your story? Most of the people here come from the lands to the south. Rumor says that there's a passage from here that leads to inhabitable lands far in the north, beyond the mountains. We were tricked by a network of so-called smugglers who brought us here at the mercy of these vandals. They've got firearms and they're willing to use them. Some people were taken beyond the fences. Women, especially the young ones, and children. They said that they were taking them to safety in the north. That would be our turn next. Maybe they took the women to like be able to reproduce. His eye shines with boundless grief, and then they left people who are not useful here. But we never saw them again or heard tale of them, and our turn has never come. Then, eavesdropping on the guards' conversations, realized that those who had gone through are in other camps, just as terrible as their own, perhaps even worse. His voice breaks in a harrowing sob. A long silence punctuates his tale. Then he finally continues. Those who still could have tried to escape, most of them are brutally executed. They made examples of them to dissuade the rest from trying. An old woman speaks up behind me. Scary music. Be careful, the night patrol will be out soon. You need to be gone by then. I don't know exactly what she means by soon, but do I really want to take the risk of being found? Yeah, I need to. I think I need to leave now. Yeah, I need to leave now. If they say it's soon, I better go. I don't trust that there's still some water here. Thank you for everything. We're about to leave, but the old man grabs my arm to stop me. Wait, don't leave empty handed. He waves his hand, and several people step forward from the group to lay some bundles of dry bread and several skins of water before us. They gave us a lot. We can't accept. Rafik shoots me down with a look. You don't have to. He shrugs casually, but his gaze is fixed. Watching my reaction, I turn to Rafik. What do you say? He speaks directly to the old man in broken Spanish. Me, I want to know what you want in exchange. The old man gives a small grin, and gestures to the group. Three people step forward. They're younger and in better health than the others. This is Jose, Luisa, and Bruno. These are characters from Encanto. I'd like them to go with you. Go with us, as far from here as possible. There it is. I glance at him, confused. You want us to save these three in exchange for the food. But what about the others? And you? I look around me at all these people, crushed by hunger, thirst, and mistreatment. You know, we're already doomed here, too wary to flee. What does tomorrow offer us? You can save these three, and we're all ready to help you do that. Yeah, I mean, we already knew that this was gonna happen, so let's just take them with us, gather the last of your strength. Let's get out of here. We'll help you. He shakes his head. No. If we all try to escape at the same time, it will be too slow and too easy to spot. It's certain death for everyone. He's right, Camille. We can't save them all. I sigh, but I know it's true. I understand. So what do you say? I take a deep breath to answer, but Rafik beats me to it and answers in my place. Agreed. Rafik? It's agreed, I said. We'll take the lot. The food and the people and everything. Come on, let's go. I'm still grasping that five of us are leaving here while Rafik is already busy loading up the provisions and making his goodbyes. Oh no, I forgot that five of us has to go. Shit. I don't think we have enough time. Rafik shares out the loads between Bruno, Luisa, and Jose. Each of them carries a bundle and a few flasks of water. We make our way through the stone ruins before crossing the filthy camp. Thanks to their instructions, we manage to slip through without knocking into the metal sheeting until we reach the edge of the camp. Outside, the darkness is as deep as ever. We move as silently as possible toward the hill. Once we're at some distance from the camp, Louisa hastens to catch up with me. Are you many? 4. That's not many. With you as well, we're starting to be a good number. Why do you think it's not many? I don't know. I was expecting a bigger company, even a caravan. It's hard to move in a bigger company. There were a lot more of us to start with. Yeah, 2 people left us. What happened? We split up before we crossed the ocean. One of the two men, Jose, joins the conversation. Didn't you come by the Mediterranean? There were no more boats. Some of us wanted to try it despite everything. We came by the west toward the ocean with a few companions. I glanced at Rafik, who listens in silence. Is there a route that way? Not really. First, we got to the Canaries, but we couldn't land there. What's it like over there? Very bad. The ports are devastated. The storms and the desert sand arrived long before we did. The air is full of dust and the heat is lethal. Oh, yeah. Uh, After we went through the farm, we did go to an ocean first before we no, I don't know. I actually don't know. The timing of every of the story is very confusing because there are some flashbacks that is happening, but it's a little confusing. But so you made it. We were very lucky. Yep. Did you land in Galicia then? Yes, I think so. Well, land, that's not really the word for it. The boat sank off the coast. Then we drifted in a leaking dinghy for days. When we finally touched the ground, we didn't know where we are. I remember that the whole coast was overrun with crabs, blue crabs. Like I thought the ocean area was a flashback. But apparently it comes after we separated with the couple. We walk on in silence. At last, I see the shape of Nora coming towards us. She studies the three refugees with us. Everything all right? Yes, don't worry. Let's get to our camp. If you don't mind, I'll explain everything there. She nods and we climb the hill together. Sam's waiting for us. I make the introductions and quickly tell the others about the events of the night. We shouldn't hang about here. Rafiq's right. When they notice there are captives missing, they'll come after us. Quite right. Let's get going as fast as we can. Yes, let's go. Our steps lead us to an old asphalt road. The tarmac, cracked all over, would be completely impassable for a vehicle, but on foot, we manage to struggle onward, all of us stumbling regularly. Sam falls several times, but he picks himself up bravely. We have to press on fast to put as much distance as possible between us and the slave camp. The first light of day is showing when we see a huge structure across the road. It's a bridge falling apart in several places. Nevertheless, the part that overhangs the road seems to be solid. It seems safer to grow around it anyway. I but there are no zombies in this game, I hope. So I think there could be stuff in the cars, but there could also be other people hiding. You know what? Let's see. We're forced to squeeze through the wrecks. I pick up a few things in the hulks. Sometimes there's an undamaged strap left or a repair kit. Good for us. As we go past a large truck lying on its side, Sam takes my hand and I notice his trembling. He doesn't know what the truck looks like. He seems hypnotized by the bridge structure. You okay, buddy? Yes, it's just he gives his head a little shake. No, nothing. Does he see something? What's there, Sam? Can you tell us? There are people. Shit. People? Yes, like a walking crowd. Where? They're going under the bridge. Are there many of them? Yes. How many? I can't count them. They keep coming, all the way to the horizon. Rafiq glances at me, worried. There's a little bit of whispering in my ears, and I don't like it. Can you talk to them? I don't know. Do I have to try? Yeah, let's try. I look at Rafiq, questioning. He nods firmly. Yes, try. Oh, there's a kid. There's a little girl. She's lost her parents. I don't know where they are. I haven't seen them. She's asking where they are, but I don't know. Daddy? Sam turns to me, panicked, his huge eyes full of tears, begging for help. I hurry to take him in my arms. Daddy, she's and there's no one to look after her. Hey, calm down, my love. We're leaving. But I don't know where they are. Her parents, I don't know. He collapses in tears. Daddy, I'm scared. I sweep my arm at the others to get the company moving, to get away from here as quickly as possible. I carry Sam, who continues to cry, into my shoulder. I don't want to be like her, Daddy. I don't want to. Please. I don't know how to respond. Don't worry, we're not going to leave you alone. The words seem to comfort him a little. I carry him until my arms can't take anymore. When I finally set him down, he starts walking without saying a word and remains silent for several more hours. I glare at Rafik. I try to cheer Sam up. For most of the day, we move through this desolate landscape. I don't think we should fight each other at this point. I mean, it is my choice to ask Sam about what he saw, so I would have liked to have gotten further away from the old road, but we need to keep following it if we're not to go astray. Around this vestige of a deranged civilization doped on hydrocarbons, nature has never been able to reclaim her rights. The ground is nothing but rubble, rock, and dust. When our path finally diverges from the road, we're exhausted and the heat is becoming dangerous. I decide it's time to set up camp. Ooh, nice. We cross some softer ground and I'm surprised to find the ruins of an old building on our left. The place is clearly deserted. Just a small field strewn with sunburnt vegetation, and there in the middle of nowhere, a small chapel. Have we been here? We look around the place. It's an old stone building. The roof is partly gone, but we can still find a bit of shade. Above the doorway, there's a stone with inscriptions on it. I run my hand over the dust to try and decipher the lettering. Most of it, most of it is unreadable, but I recognize the one word, ermita. A place of spiritual retreat. Oh, that's what it means. A place of spiritual retreat. What does ermita mean in the Philippines, guys? There must have been a water source close by. We need to lay down our packs for a while. I wish I could enjoy a moment of respite, but I'd hate to miss the chance of making a find that could be essential to our survival. Oh my god, that's a lot of resources. Well, not wasted, but consumed. The group gulped down some rations and get settled in for a few hours. I take the time to make a quick inventory of the contents of our bags and to check how tired everyone is. Jose is in particularly good shape and volunteers to explore the area. We have to ration our supplies. This won't be feasible much longer. We need to go. We need to do an expedition. Like that is not gonna be enough. But I mean, Jose already volunteered, so Rafik is exhausted. Sam is exhausted. I send Luisa. I send Bruno. I send Jose. I send myself. I send Nora. Yeah, I send everyone. The expedition hurries to explore the little stony plain. The unexpected discovery of an old cattle watering trough restores our spirits. Nice! Digging into the muddy earth, the expedition is able to collect some water. Let's go. Jose finds a shovel that lets us dig deep down and collect several liters of water. After filtering and boiling the precious liquid, we manage to almost completely fill our flasks. Fatigue finally crunches up with us and we collapse into our blankets. We got a lot of stuff. But I think if we only sent Jose, it's gonna be fine. If we only sent two people, I mean, it would have been fine. I'm awoken by an unexpected noise. Shouts. Get up, quick! Rafiq! Rafiq emerges from a doze. Sorry, Camille, I dropped off. As he's saying the words, he realizes, as I have, that there are people coming. His eyes widen. Shit. He jumps to his feet and starts gathering up his stuff, cursing himself for his carelessness. Come on, we're leaving right now. Shit. The panic spreads among all of us. Fuck! We take only what's necessary, leaving behind the camp materials, the canvas, and the colored blankets we'd managed to hold on to until now. Shit! I'm about to rush for the entrance, but Nora grabs my arm. She nods to a window in the north wall. Our exit will be better hidden from anyone coming from the road. I go through the ruined window frame first. Outside, the afternoon is coming to an end. I can clearly hear human voices on the other side of the building. There are two at least, probably more. I gesture the others to hurry. There's no path, but I guess we can keep going north with a bit of gymnastics over the steep rocks. I scout out the route to help the others get through without a hitch. I think we ask Nora to take the lead. Sam follows close behind her. I help him move on, making as little noise as possible, but we're falling behind. Shit! We're obliged to abandon our materials to go faster. Not long after, we hear loud exclamations. They found our camp. Fuck! The time for discussion is over. I drop my bag to put Sam on my back and bolt as fast as I can. Several shots ring out. I pray that the meager cover provided by the rocks will be enough for no one to be hit. A bullet shatters a rock just next to my shoulder. Shit. If Sam's hit, everything's screwed. I couldn't go on without him. I wouldn't make any sense. His little hands locked around my neck don't prevent me from speeding up again. I leap between the rocks, trying to ignore the danger. The risk of making a misstep and breaking my bones on the stone blocks seems trivial compared to the thought of losing Sam. Only Nora manages to keep up with me. The shooting starts again. I hear a cry close by. They've hit someone. I confess, I pray it wasn't Rafiq. Nora and I have made enough distance to be out of range. I'm gasping for breath. Oh no. Sam, can you run? Yes. Who got hit? I put him down and we keep running. We should be able to find the path again if we divert east a little. Rafiq and the others are far behind. A few hundred meters to our right, I can see a ruined village and lights. I don't like the look of it. We're going to lose the others if we don't wait for them. Yes, but we can't stay in the open either. There's an abandoned farm further on. I turn to Sam, incredulous. I don't say anything but exchange glances with Nora. In that case, let's go. Yes, I believe Sam. It's this way. Sam pulls on my hand. After a few detours, we do in fact arrive at a dilapidated old farm. The torn open grain silos on the north side of the building leave little doubt about the possibility of finding anything to eat or drink, but at least we'll be out of sight. The collapsing stone has left gaping holes in the walls. Sam, are you okay, buddy? I'm going to watch out for Rafiq. Nora nods and lets Sam curl up against her. They talk together in soft voices. A few minutes later, with relief, I see our friend appear, silhouetted against the setting sun. So there's two people with him, carrying both his own backpack and mine, which he must have picked up as he passed. His heavy stumbling steps reveal his deep exhaustion. I leave our shelter and wave to him. Oh my god, we saved some supplies. When he reaches us, without a word, Rafiq throws my pack at my feet. I look into his eyes. I can feel his sadness, his dismay, and his anger. I hug him. He stiffens at first, but I know it has to come out, so I take him in my arms. He doesn't sob, but I see the silent tears that run down his cheeks and he relaxes a little. Thanks for the bag. Finally, he slaps me on the shoulder, then he sighs and slumps down near Nora. The two refugees are ready to drop. They fall lengthwise on the dusty floor and rummage through their bundles of water. Fuck. How did they catch up with us? I don't understand. With the heat, they can't have moved that fast. Do you think they've got a vehicle? Or they're not the same people? Maybe they're not the same people. Not the same? They certainly look like they were after us. There might be several groups with some means of communication, like telephones? No, of course not. But I don't know. Maybe they sense light signals in Morse code? Silence follows my suggested theory. How, though? I don't think Well, there might be flashlights, but I don't think they would have the flashlights strong enough to do a Morse code signal. Or maybe they lit a big fire, probably. Camille, light signals in Morse? Seriously? See, even Nora doesn't believe. Rafik bursts out laughing. Personally, I'd bet on smoke signals. That's what I said! Oh my god, I think like Nora. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Smoke signals. Nora starts laughing too. Laugh away, still. It could be true. But our laughter quickly turns into sobs. We're all cracking up. I glance at the refugees. Oh no, the girl died. Did they get Louisa? Rafik gives a weak nod. I don't know what to say or think anymore. I let my head fall back, knocking my skull several times against the wall I'm leaning back on. Oh, Louisa is our first death, guys. I'm so sorry. You are not strong. The little flashes of pain help me cling onto reality to the here and now. Anyway, we have to keep going, try to get out of their territory as fast as we can. If the rumors are true, we have to get through the mountains. I glance through a hole in the wall opposite me at the mountainous terrain that awaits us in the coming days. The pass that the map shows us could be at 1,000 meters altitude. The summits are gray, devoid of snow. It's been a long time. It's a long time since the glaciers melted and didn't have time to reform during the rare cold spells. We'll have to find some warm clothing. They look at me puzzled. They think I've lost my mind. It's at least 40 degrees outside, Camille. They don't know. They've never known the cold. We're going to start the ascent. In a few days, we'll be up there. I point to the dark summits that disappear into the yellow hazed sky. I mean, maybe because it's still high, so it's still gonna be a little bit cold, but even if there is no snow there, it's a possibility. At that altitude, I think temperatures can still drop pretty low, especially at night. Yeah, we need to adapt what we're wearing. And how do we equip ourselves? Sticks. We have to find something. Nora adds in a reassuring tone. We've got a few days to do that. I give Nora a look of thanks. There's a dialogue between us that only we can understand. Thank you, Nora. They need hope and reassurance. But I can't do it anymore. I know. Don't worry. My love, I'll take care of it. Neither of us has spoken a word, but everything's been said. We take a few minutes more to drink a little and gather our strength. Then I announce it's time to go. We quickly pick up the big road again. Its course perfectly straight, cuts through dreary swathes of emptiness. The evening light gives a surreal quality to this strange prospect. After some time, I spot the remains of a single modern construction. I point it out to Rafik. What's that? A gas station, I think. As we carefully approach it, it becomes obvious that the building and its surroundings are ravaged by fire. Clearly, they're closed. Did you want to fill your tank? What does that mean? Fill your tank? Well, poor Sam, he doesn't know a lot of things in the old world. Fill up the fuel tank of your vehicle. There are cars everywhere here. Did everyone have one? Yes, and sometimes more than one. More? What for? One for each family member to show everyone else how rich you were. Well, one for each family member. Well, these are both true. But didn't the family travel together? Not always. Sam's pensive. How fast could you go with it? Very fast. Faster than Daddy? Faster than the wind. I guide the company around the gas station, keeping a good distance away. I've noticed the characteristic shapes of human corpses, and I don't really want to add those bleak visions to Sam's imagination. I mean, your son sees dead people. What are you saying? We're coming up to a big city. Yep. There's probably another way. Isn't there anything on the map? No, there's nothing marked, but I think we should be able to go around it by the south. I think we should try to go through. I agree, going near the city's too risky. Sam takes my hand as if to reassure me. You're right. You mustn't go that way. Daddy, please, we mustn't go. Mm, why do you say that? The people, they all come from there. They're all dead. I take Sam in my arms and rock him gently, like when he was tiny. Don't worry, we are going to stay far away from the city, okay? He nods bravely. Do we? Do we? I think we made the wrong choice. Okay. The sky stays clear and we have no trouble continuing despite the darkness. This region must have been used for large scale farming at another time. Today we cross arid lands swept by burning winds. Even though we stay away from the first time's signs of urbanization, there are more and more hulks of cars lining the way. I keep an eye on Sam, who's looking very nervous again. I try to think of something to take his mind off things. We have to find a way to wash her hair. Oh? I can't even get my fingers through it anymore. It must have been so sandy. And to wash all of you, actually. With sand again? It would be more effective if we could rinse you a bit. Yes, I'd like to have a bath. Do you remember your last real bath? Yes, it was a long time ago. I was 3. He's 8 now. 5, actually. Oh? But it seems like it was a long time ago. Because it was a long time for you. And for you? I'm surprised by his question. Well, it's gone faster for me. That is true. Remember when we were younger, like time seems to pass by so slowly. I don't know why. I don't know how. But when you grow up, everything's like super fast. Like, guys, it's already what? It's already July soon. What? But when we were younger, it's like, oh, you can't wait for something. You can't wait for December. Parang, I don't know. Everything's just much cooler when you're younger. Anyway, why does it go faster for you? I don't know, to be honest, because your heart beats faster. I don't know, to be honest. Maybe it's a question of proportion to your total age? Maybe. Camille. Nora grabs my arm and pulls me back. I search for the reason for her sudden panic. She points at some ruins about 100 meters ahead of us. I don't understand immediately. Go back, quick! Oh no. As alarm takes hold of our little company, a group of armed men emerge from the places Nora had pointed out. We turn around at once and I start running, pulling Sam by his arm. As we're trying to reverse our steps, I discover with horror that more armed men are coming up the path towards us. We're trapped. Oh no, do we die? Shit, this way. I leave the road and guide the company across the plain. The vegetation is sparse, but there's still enough thorns and branches to tear at our skin. However, as I'd hoped, the field is still crossed with deep furrows. We've barely crossed a few meters when the first shot rings out. Get down! I throw Sam into a furrow and lie over him. We hear a few more shots, then nothing more. Nora? Shit, guys, we're gonna die. Camille. She's just to my left. Sam's here. He's alright. Rafiq? Fuck. He's somewhere behind us. I don't have time to think. I have to do something. The only idea that comes to mind is stupid, but I've got no choice. Nora, I'm going to try to do something. Don't even think about following me. Go east. I'll find you later. What? What? Camille, no. I give the map to Sam. Sam, take this. I put the map in his hand. Daddy, I don't want to. I have to force him to take it. Oh no, are we gonna sacrifice ourselves? Listen, I'm going to start running. You stay well hidden. It's hard to speak. He's in tears. I'm sorry, my little love, but you have to listen to me. Listen, as soon as you hear shooting, you crawl that way. I point to the east. When you're far enough away, near that hill there, you can get up and start running too. Daddy, I'll catch up with you later, okay? Daddy, please, you promised. My baby, my little one. Take good care of your mother. I kiss him, surely for the last time. Daddy, you promised not to leave me. No. And I run north. How much time do I have left? A second? A few seconds? More? Maybe unending hours of agony? I have to gain them. I have to gain them at least a few minutes. That's all I ask. Guys, we're dying. We're gonna die. So I run. I hardly slept at the last camp. My legs have trouble moving as fast as they need to. I hardly slept at the last camp. My legs have trouble moving as fast as they need to. We haven't eaten for days. I gathered the last of my strength to get myself underway. I'm well aware this is an act of desperation. I'm counting on Nora or Rafik to complete this insane journey. I hear the shouts of our pursuers and I pray that the dark works in my favor. Jumbled memories of my childhood surface. School playground. I was happy. We were happy. We could feel the end coming. The end of what we'd later call the thermo-industrial age. The Western world jolted from crisis to crisis, from conflict to conflict, from pandemic to pandemic. But we had inherited centuries of energy domination and we had quality of life so much better than the rest of humanity, especially compared to those who directly suffered the consequences of the climate change. The change that something caused, the irony. But me, I had no conscience yet. I went to school. My days ordered by time in class and recess. In the playground, I was the fastest, unbeatable in the game of tag. I loved it, running. I've always loved to run. A bullet zips past my shoulder. I leap left, and I'm up and running again. I hear a second shot, then a third. There's a sharp pain in my left leg, but I can still run. Shit, maybe it's serious and only the adrenaline is keeping me upright. I don't know. No time to check. Sometimes, often even, I think to myself that it's how things should be. The end of humanity. We are simply not a viable species. A poorly designed organism that propagates unchecked and destroys the conditions that favor its own existence. There's nothing left but to wait for the end of this mass extinction. And then a few more years of additional evolution. And there you go. Only next time you have to hope that the dominant species doesn't repeatedly shoot itself in the foot, along with all the rest of the biosphere. Oh, I'm not the only one to have thought that. A wave of ideas like that once spread out in my circle when I was a teenager. Extinction submission, I think it was called. But I didn't entirely share their convictions back then. And I share them even less now that I know Sam. Another bullet ricochets off a rock on my right. A tuck and roll. And I keep running, trying to go faster still. I almost joined the other side. The ones who wanted to fight, to struggle against extinction, still convinced that with a little more respect for the living, we could have a place on this planet. But very quickly, the injustice of this situation became unbearable to me. I couldn't accept the idea that every year, already fragile peoples should endure more drought and more famine because of our civilizations. I had to act. So I signed up with an organization to come to the aid of the countries hit by the disastrous consequence of climate change, and I decided to get out in the field. The day I left, Dad said to me, "You've got the courage I always lacked and I'm proud of you, but Camille, my love, I'd prefer you stayed here." I still left, of course. Even so, I admit, it's still plausible, that extinction theory, when you see just how dumb we can be. It's a curse to be so dumb and still be able to realize how dumb you are. The irony. Yes, in a way, I know we'll have deserved it, our harsh extinction. Only there's Nora. So beautiful it often makes me cry, even in secret sometimes. Glorious even in her shortcomings. And Sam, my last hope for humanity. Chapter 4, Camille. We are the forest. Oh shit, we live! But we are alone. And I don't have a lot of supplies with me. The shooting has stopped. They're out of range. As for me, I'm winded. Against all the odds, I'm still alive. I need a few minutes to recover. I took a few mouthfuls of water from the flask on my belt and checked the condition of my leg. Running my hand over my thigh, I realize that it's covered in blood. I think it's superficial, but I don't have time for further examination. I hope it's superficial! After tying on a makeshift bandage, I set off again. They come after me for sure, especially when they see the blood. It's going to be a long night. The terrain slopes steeply. I'll try and lead them a few more kilometers north before heading back southeast. I can't even consider the thought that Sam and Nora didn't get away. If they didn't, there's no point in me going on. So I decide that they're fine, and I simply hope I'll manage to find them. We are gonna find them, for sure. I believe, Camille. Nora, my Nora, I know you'll do what's right. You always do what's right. I remember the first time we met. I'm trapped between four walls waiting for death. Nothing left to say, nothing left to hope for. Only sharp pangs of pain within a gray mass of suffering remind me from time to time that I'm alive. Why aren't I dead already? I don't know. They didn't know what to do with me, a foreigner, anarchist, anti-militarist, and infidel. Even so, they tortured me, just in case. Weeks of unspeakable horror which seemed to endure longer than the rest of my life. And then one day, when they realized that in fact I wasn't a spy, that I didn't know anything useful, they put me here, in a hole of sand and stone. I lost all notion of time. Existence was nothing but a series of meaningless moments punctuated by pain and nightmares. Sometimes I managed to lose myself in memories of my parents and my little sister back in their home. Our home, the distant images of that house, scented with paradise. I focus on a way to escape. It's important, and I keep the memories at a distance. I'm too filthy to touch those moments of humanity and tenderness. I stink of death and piss. Compelled to plunge into the glutinous, dense darkness of the human soul, I'm too foul to risk soiling the memories of those I love. It's all that's left to me. The noise of those rusty lock reverberates, deafening. Why is he wearing a protective suit? The door opens. I've learned to fear this moment. The blinding light is like the lash of a whip. I scurry into a corner of my cell and whimper. I don't move. There's no point. I can't escape them. I wait to be grabbed, dragged through dust to new, drawn out torments. For pity's sake, let me die here in my own filth, like a rat. Yes, I'll be a rat, but leave me alone. I'd do anything if they would forget me for a few days, a few hours more. Kain, thank you for feeding Cleo. There are two of them. Their silhouettes loom starkly, almost painfully in the doorframe. One is familiar, my usual torturer. I can't repress another recoil. I'm huddled against the wall. If only I could melt into it, or at least cling to it. But the dry, gritty stone offers no hold on my toenails. The other figure is different, taller, more slender. She moves toward me with, I don't know, a look, a stance, something that calms me a little. I watch her. It's a young woman. It's Nora. She's wearing the traditional clothing of the desert travelers, but her long hair overflows with a wild freedom which jars violently with my cell. An insolent scent of independence suddenly fills the room. Her eyes, blazing black, watch me without the anger or hate. Hanger? For a few seconds. Everything about her astounds me, but her grace especially kindles old embers in me that I thought were extinguished forever. Hope, dignity, life. What am I supposed to do with this mess? She's talking about me. She speaks Arabic with an accent I don't know. He's a foreigner, but he's whole. He'll make a good slave. A foreigner? I don't want him. Find another way to pay me. We don't have anything else. You've got camels. The guy thinks quickly. You can have a camel, too. No, impossible. Too bad in that case, you'll find another route. She turns to leave. Wait, I'll give you one camel and this foreigner too. She sighs and comes back toward me. She squats down and stares into my eyes. Her impenetrable gaze makes me think of brands ready to ignite everything that may still be inside me. I force myself to breathe. The other has stayed by the door. He cannot see the wordless exchange taking place between her and me. Her softened face and the quiet smell she offers me before she stands up belongs to us alone. The camel and the foreigner, as well as the skins of water and the fuel we agreed on. He groans but accepts the deal. What if she didn't find him? Where would we be now? A few minutes later, I'm attached to the aforesaid camel, forced to walk in the sand beneath the still, sweltering heat of the end of the day. Magnificent, she sits astride the animal, her gaze fixed on the horizon. I suppose the panniers hanging from the beast's rump are full of water, and I swallow painfully. I can scarcely catch my breath despite the camel's slow plod, but I still manage to ask between gasps. Are you one of the old desert peoples? She turns to me and smiles again. She opens a flask and makes me drink several mouthfuls before asking me, "What's your name, foreigner?" I feel like I'm reborn as I feel the precious liquid flow down my throat. He must have been so thirsty after being tortured and deprived of food. Camille. Camille? No, Camille. I prefer Camille. Let's go. Perhaps, but my name is Camille. She gives me a cryptic smile. Very well, Camille. We pass several sand dunes in silence, then suddenly she stops and climbs down from her mount. We're no longer in view of the camp where I was held prisoner. You can ride in my place. I'm going to walk for a while. I watch dismay as she unties my bonds. Aren't you worried I'll run away? She smiles. There are plenty of things I worry about, foreigner, but your running away is not among them. She helps me climb up on the camel before continuing. You don't know where you are, you don't know the desert, you wouldn't survive more than a few hours. Running away would be really stupid. She gives me an enigmatic half smile and gets the animal standing. And I'm sure you're not stupid. The movement of the camel is much bumpier than I'd expected. After a few minutes, I start to retch. We need to take a break. She watches me and begins to laugh. What's more, he'd never ridden a camel. I plead guilty. At her command, the animal stops. She helps me climb down and offers me the water flask again. This time, my hands are free and I drink all I need. She lets me. My name's Nora. Nora? I shrug, taking a last mouthful. That's fine. You can be Nora. She laughs again, briefly but genuinely. You're funny. When the burning sun sinks beyond the horizon, the temperature drops a few degrees. She folds down her hood and ties back her long black hair. I'm hypnotized by her movements. She turns to me. I try to hide my admiration, but I can see she's not fooled. Are you ready to go? I think so. She adjusts saddle cleverly to create an additional space. I'll ride with you to show you the right movements. At her command, the animal kneels to let us climb onto its back. She leans against me between the hump and the neck. When the camel stands, she puts her arms around me to guide my movements. I feel her body against my back. The quiet strength that emanates from her reconciles me a little with life, like a thread building itself timidly, strand by strand. You stink. Being thrown into a pit for a month tends to have that effect on people. My remark makes her smile. I've heard about your people. Oh, yes? You live in the desert, in a place that's uninhabitable. That's true. No one can cross the desert without your say so. You attack the caravans and you drink the blood of your victims. Everyone fears you. That's too much, I think. She laughs again. Her voice has an enchanting way of breaking a little at the end of a breath. The sound reminds me of waves thrashing against a wild coast. No, we don't drink blood. At least not much. I lift my eyebrow, trying to detect a hint of humor in her voice, but the rest is true. Uh, how do you manage to survive without food and water? We have both, but not much, but enough for us. I can't conceal my surprise, but how? That's our secret. The night brings cooler air, but the wind is quiet and the sky bright enough for us to keep going without concern. I'm exhausted, broken, but I can breathe again at last. Why did you free me? Uh, I don't think that's a good question to ask because she basically didn't even want us. What are you going to do with me? She doesn't answer straight away. A chill runs through me. I'm going to sacrifice you and drink your blood. I glance at her and with relief see her mischievous smile. Very funny. You're going to work for me. You'll have food and water. Here I am, a slave. After everything I lost in that squalid hole, I'm finally out but still not free. And most importantly, yes, you'll have something to wash with. There's a silence in our conversation. Why did you free me? I didn't free you. I bought you. See? Before I've had a chance to consider this remark, she continues, I've heard about your people too. You don't even know where I'm from. They said you were French. Okay, you know where I'm from. They say you still have trees and rivers, forests, animals, and rainwater. They exaggerate. When I was a child, maybe, but now, I don't know. Things have changed so much in so little time. When I left, all that they had already started to disappear. As much because of the stupidity and stubbornness of men, as because of the climatic conditions for that matter. I heard that you were hit hard by sickness too. Yes, that's true. You haven't been spared much here either, but where I come from, everything was organized around heavily populated big cities, even more than here. So they were extremely vulnerable to epidemics. I'm worried about my family. You haven't heard from your people? No. I'm thoughtful for a minute. I hope you're all right, Dad, Mom, Romaine. Between the wars, the viruses, the natural disasters, and the energy shortages, our means of communication have been insidiously cut off. At first, it was the internet and the cell networks that broke down. Then the more and more frequent power outages made the other machines inoperable. And finally, even the antique radio sent out nothing more than white noise. I completely lost contact with my family long ago. I know a little French. She tells me in my mother tongue. I'm astonished. I understand. I speak a little, but mostly I can read it. How? She shrugs. My mother wanted me to learn a foreign language. And you chose French? Yes, I discovered a fondness for Chrétien de Troyes. I'm confused. But why? I was looking for a way to escape. When I was a girl, my life was made up of wars, sickness, horror. I needed to dream. And Chrétien de Troyes made you dream? What does that mean? She's suddenly amused by my memory. Let's say transports you, especially in Old French. 'Twas long as blossom the tress grew when the bus grained the meadows. What fair babble, gentle dame. 'Twas long as blossom the trees grow in the bush, green the meadows? Is that what it means? She laughs. Sarah, this most puzzling remembrance. 'Tis not fair one just to me, thus shook hence by this camel. Her laughter is infectious, but I'm swiftly bent double more in pain than laughter. Are you alright? More or less, I thought dying of laughter was just an expression. She jumps nimbly from our mouth and takes the bridle to lead us in a new direction. I see rocky mounds in the distance. Oh, a thick yellow fog fell at dawn. Visibility is non existent, but it's cooler. So much better. I lose less water. I've buried myself in a charred old forest. Oh, we're back at reality. Most of the blackened trunks are still standing, but threatening to collapse at any moment. From time to time, dead trees topple down. One taking the others with it, like dominoes. The racket sometimes lasts for minutes. Leak sounds like long creaking whines, ending in a final cluster of deafening crashes. In the light of day, I can see that my wound is, in fact, superficial. A bullet must have grazed my leg. Oh my god, thank you. Still, the skin is badly torn and I've lost a lot of blood. I resolve myself to use some of the water to clean the wound, but I've got nothing to disinfect it. I'll use some ash to clean the wound. Is it okay to do that? I don't think you should. I'd rather. Oh shit! We're gonna see if it's gonna hunt us later on, anyways. I've got a vague memory that wood ash is supposed to have antiseptic properties. Okay. So I focus on getting a handful without debris in it, which I mix in with a little water to clean the gash. After I've taken a breather and retied my bandage, I use the rocky overhang where I've ended up to take a look up behind me. It doesn't take long to spot my pursuers. They're already here? Less than a kilometer behind me, they're crossing the ashes with no attempt at concealment. The crackle of dead wood crushed beneath their boots reverberates through the valley. I could try to lose them, but I'd rather keep them on my tail as long as possible. Trying to ignore the pain, I continued my run between the dismal shapes of the trees. I covered my nose and mouth to avoid breathing in too much ash, even if it's probably futile. As I make my way through the dreary, monotonous landscape, I let my mind wander again. We walked again the first light of day, so we're back to when they first met. The nights aren't as cold as they used to be, and the days, meanwhile, have become deadly. I know we've been lucky with the weather. Most of the time, travel at night is difficult because of the storms and the lack of visibility. Nora fed me during the journey, but I'm still just a shadow of a human being broken, sprawling on a camel's back. That good creature has carried me through a maze of steep canyons. The sand has long since given away to dry rock, but the beast's long legs continue to move on easily and steadily, with impressive confidence. Just as I'm on the point of collapse from exhaustion, we reach the edge of the troglodyte village. A few people emerge from openings in the cliffside and come to meet us. I watch the villagers. They greet Nora with enthusiasm and respect. I'm not familiar with their dialect and I can't understand their rapid discussions at first. I notice that they pay scant attention to me, more interested in the water and fuel that we've brought. Sorry. One man hovers near us, broad shouldered, with great rough hands. Oh, is this Rafik? His sun weathered face still has a youthful air. Yeah, he talks happily with Nora. Once I get used to the accent, I begin to understand a little of what they're saying. What did you bring back? Water, oil, and a foreigner. He glances at me. I'm too tired to react. I thought we had enough slaves for a few years. She shrugs. This one seemed special. Special? What's that supposed to mean? You're gonna be her husband. He looks at me more carefully. I see. Laura lifts an eyebrow. I see you see. And they suddenly start laughing. He'll have to be washed and dressed. Yup, you want me to take care of it? She pats him on the shoulder. Thanks for the offer, Rafik, but trust me, I can handle it. Nora's going to wash me? Somebody is excited. As you wish, oh Amira. Amira? My voice is a pathetic croak. Oh, you can talk? Rafik comes closer to me smiling. He jerks his chin at Nora. Amira because she's the eldest daughter of the matriarch. And let me introduce Rafik, the only one who still thinks that matters. Yeah, I'm a traditionalist. What can you do? That's the way I am. Yeah, right. I don't really understand their quarrel, but Nora turns to me with a conspirational look and an outpouring of emotion keeps me alert a little longer. Don't listen, Camille. My name is Nora. Just Nora. He pats me on the leg without any malice, but I can't help whimpering in pain when his hand directly meets my femur with almost nothing in between. Oh, he's so thin. Whoa, you could do with some fattening up. Rafik looks amused says it, but despite that, I can discern a real concern for my health. What is this place? Who are these people? Then I pass out. Oh shit, I passed out in real life? In the present too. A painful fall drags me roughly from my memories. The ground is treacherous and I've slid into some kind of ash-filled ditch. I bumped into several brittle branches as I fell, making a hell of a racket. Oh no. Winded, I remained bent over in pain for some time. I check all my limbs. I check all my limbs. This isn't a good time to break something. Breathe, Camille. It'd be okay. It be okay? It had better be okay. I'm about to leave, but I stop to check around me. The ditch has rolled me into a small trench flanked by dead trees on one side and a rocky mass on the other. Simply continuing north seems like the most natural decision. It's the ideal spot to change direction. I hastily break off a few branches and leave some obvious traces of my path to the north. I even roll up my bandage to leave a few drops of blood. Then I retrace my steps and head southeast, taking the time to carefully erase my tracks this time. I have to climb a bit, but if my plan works, I'll be okay for a while. I hope they don't follow us. I hope they don't they won't follow us. I'll soon know. In the meantime, there's nothing to do but keep going. So now we are going back to regroup. Hopefully, we do. Once I'm past the biggest obstacles, I keep climbing to the gentle slope, relieved to have probably shaken them off. I return to my memories. Those that followed my meeting Nora are among the best of my life. Several months have passed, so we are back to our memories, early memories with Nora. I have to admit, I'm treated decently, even like an equal most of the time. Of course, I don't decide my daily tasks, nor choose a partner freely, nor can I leave the village. I do what I must to survive. Belonging to Nora gives me a privileged status in a way. The fact that from time to time she invites me into her bedroom is an open secret, and everybody tacitly treats me as her official partner, okay? Or at least her current favorite. Interesting. In the old days, slaves took care of all the chores, but today the clan has no more than 50 members and the whole population helps with all the tasks, even the most tiresome. There's so much to do here. The recent history of these desert dwellers is woven with grief and hard choices, but in their misery, they have unbelievable luck. At the back of the network of caves where they've settled, there's an underground water source. Ooh, that is a good settlement. That day, I'm preparing the curd. Nora comes into the bare stone walled room. The air is dry and the burning light from outside reaches us through the hangings stretched across the openings. Have you finished preparing the irrigation for the millet? Uh, Tell the truth, I was thinking of letting you die of hunger. She raises an eyebrow, amused. That wouldn't be very wise of you. That's probably why I finished preparing it after all. She sits down next to me and helps me prepare the cheese. She didn't laugh at our joke. I'm so sorry. I say to her in a playful voice, "Are you sure you want to lower yourself to doing the slave's work?" She smiles at me. It's a long time since the caste system fell. Still, I know that among these once nomadic people, there's a certain repugnance when it comes to taking care of the herds and the harvests. Nora, especially, excels outside. She's the finest hunter of the clan. That or flog the dead horse, she says in French. I laugh. Where did you find that expression? I read it somewhere. I don't remember the book, but I remember the expression. She starts to hum as she continues working. I listen to her song, echo between the game, but I've got questions to ask her. I want to ask her some questions. You've been talking with the matriarch, haven't you? Her song stops and she turns to me, looking serious. I think we're going to free the slaves. Ooh, we're gonna be free soon. I straighten up, intrigued. All of them? She nods and pushes a strand of her beautiful black hair back into her scarf. I notice that she exudes a spiced perfume today, probably from an oil that only she knows the secret of. Yes, they're clan members now. We work together for our own survival. Some will certainly want to leave. She shrugs and turns to me, challenging. Well, let them go. Does she fear that I want to leave? And what if they sell the secret? Your water source, even if there's hardly any left, will attract a lot of envy. And who will they sell it to? She's right. It's a long time since any human has been encountered on the edges of the desert. I know we've had no news from outside. You think we're all that's left? Camille, there's no one left for hundreds of kilometers around. They're all gone or dead. Her voice is barely trembles. Even the snakes and the jackals are gone. I sigh. Do you still find spices and wild plants when you go hunting? She shakes her head. The nights are too hot, there's no more dew. We've been dipping in our reserves for 3 years now. What are you going to do? Uh, what are you going to do? You know that soon you're going to have to leave as well. Of course I know, she goes on, working as she talks. Not long after you arrived, you warned us that the spring would run dry soon. Some people doubted your honesty and your motives. But now you'd have to be blind not to see it. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. In any case, we were waiting for the time to start walking again, the journey, and the songs. It will be a joyful occasion, you know. Nora, crossing the sands has become impossible now. You'll all end up dead. You underestimate us. Come with us, you'll see. If I came, do you believe the others would accept it? Yes, especially if you marry me. Oh shit! What a proposal! Surprise renders me speechless. While I'm trying to grasp that she's just proposed to me, she continues, "Whether you accept or refuse, you should know you will be a free man. If you want to leave alone, I'll go with you to the edge of the desert." I try to bear her smoldering gaze. The bewitched hold she's had over me since the first day has only strengthened. The thought occurs to me that I'm a victim of the so-called Stockholm syndrome, but it seems such a ridiculous, quaint notion that a chuckle escapes me. Actually, he does have a little bit of a Stockholm syndrome thing. She lifts an eyebrow. Your sense of humor is sometimes bewildering. I was thinking of Stockholm syndrome. She watches me curiously. I see, and that makes you laugh? I was wondering if I really had a choice, basically. She sweeps the question away with a wave of her hand. Of course you do, if you say so. I let myself be submerged by the intoxicating scent of her hair and the curves of her lips. Beneath her skin, I can feel the contained power of her lithe body as our movement merged together. Nora? Yes? I know the war took a heavy toll on the men of the clan, but there are still some left of marriageable age, and I know every one of them would be delighted to be in my place. Are you sure you want to marry a foreigner? But I don't want to marry a foreigner. Oh, it's this foreigner here that I want. Oof. Nora, it's the Riz. Nora Riz. She places her hand against my chest as she finishes speaking and kisses me again. I would like you to be the father of our child more, officially, in everyone's eyes. She's already pregnant. This time I sit down. I knew that this has been her intention for a long time, of course, but that's it? You're expecting a child? She nods. With the spring running out and everything else, do you think it's a good idea? She laughs. It's a bit late to ask that now, don't you think? You're right. Sorry. I take her in my arms. She nuzzles against me. Preparing the departure will take us more than a year. If our child survives, he'll be ready to travel when it's time to leave. Oh, that's why she had a bad pregnancy, because they had to leave. They had to walk and leave because they ran out of resources in their settlement. I think I'd like it. Preparing the departure? No, marrying you. I kiss her smile. We're happy. Oh, that's cute. This is the end. Oh shit, I don't like this. Every step is torture. I've been moving all day. The temperature having become more bearable, I've even been able to keep going until evening. Several times I stopped to check for signs of pursuit, but I've seen nothing. I think I've managed to lose them. And about time, because I'm beat. The mist hasn't lifted. The columns of ash have gotten further apart as I reached a rocky overhang. The air is still full of soot, but the ground is a firmer underfoot. I have to rest for a few hours at least. Oh no, the bleak lines of the grey expanses are broken by outcrops of pale stone, the shape of them like the husks of gigantic, improbable beasts. I get closer to one of them. It's huge. I touch the cool surface of the stone. There's something soothing in the contact. The fatigue is playing tricks on me. It's as if I hear a song. A muffled lament that rises from deep in the heart of the earth. Without even realizing it, I've sat down, leaning back against the rock. My eyes want to close, but I struggle against sleep a little longer. No, camp, large stone. I need to check my resources to think about the march ahead. I drank my last drop of water earlier. I have nothing to eat. If Rafiq was here, he'd make fun of me and tell me that it's all very well having legs when you don't have a head. This time, I can't hold it off. My eyelids close. I think of my little angel, Sam. His cries dragged me roughly from my sleep. He was sleeping peacefully until now. Did the hunger wake him? Or a nightmare, perhaps. In the shadow of our tent, I hurry, still half asleep, to his little bed. Oh, he's such a cute little kid, a baby. He's still asleep but crying. I kiss him and murmur gentle words to him. He quiets instantly as if I'd whispered a magic spell. At the same time, I imagine myself in the stead of those unfortunate parents who try to allay the suffering of their doomed children. The tears swell up. I understand their distress. I feel it in my guts and I'm shaken with sobs. We've seen so many horrors during our journey. Nora was right. Except for a small tribe, everyone is gone. And those who aren't gone are dead. Struck down by the heat or massacred by other men, or more slowly by the torment of starvation. Some died clinging to the bodies of their children. I struggle to drive out these dark thoughts and pull my attention back to him. He's breathing calmly. He's fine. I lean a little closer to smell for any urine, but I can only smell his still clean blankets and his own smell, soft but lingering. His odor. From him. I think he smells like milk, but I don't know where he could have gotten the milk though. uh I'm still a little dazed from lack of sleep and I wonder how much longer we can give him this meager comfort. Water, milk, a soft bed, our arms to cradle him. And then I tell myself that even without all that, his scent will remain, and I'll be just fine. Baby smells uh are the best. I don't know why. They just smell so sweet. I lie down again next to Nora. She welcomes me with a sleepy mumble that sounds vaguely like a thank you. I take her hand gently and plant a soft kiss on it. She falls back to sleep. Nora's exhausted. In the space of 1 year, she's brought our child into the world and at the same time organized the clan's departure. She needs some months of complete rest. For my part, I'm happy to take care of the baby. The only thing I can't do myself is feed him. He often burrows his little face into my chest, seeking a feed. I make him wait by giving him my little finger dipped in some water. The other men laugh at me sometimes. But I don't care. It's a task traditionally assigned to women, but Nora is a hunter, a warrior, and we have no wet nurse. The clan has a few children, but they've all been weaned long ago. Like, why would they care? Why would they laugh? It's hard enough to bring a child into this situation. The next evening, as the clan is ready to get moving again, I request Nora's help for another dedicated task. Our child is going to live, Nora. I'm holding the baby in my arms. He's babbling softly. She comes closer and watches his little face. He starts to smile. Yes, you take good care of him. It's time to give him a name, don't you think? High time, yes. Remember, I wanted to call him Samira. I suppose you'd notice that he was a boy. Ha, no, but I was so sure he would be a girl. So just Sam? Yes. I look back down at him, trying to grab at his mother's hair. Sam. It's a cold that wakes me. I'd forgotten the sensation. I shiver, pulling the scraps of fabric I have onto my shoulders. A sharp pain in my leg pulls me all the way back to reality. I'm still leaning back on the enormous, surreally shaped rock, but I have the feeling the landscape has changed. It's as if the rock and I have moved during my sleep. How is that possible? The mist has lifted. I've slept all night. Or have I slept several days? I check the state of my leg. Let's see if we can still walk. I take a look at the wound as I retie the bandage. With relief, I see that it hasn't got too much worse, but I'm going to need some proper treatment soon. I guess the wood ash helped. It was a good misclick for us. I managed to stand painfully and I hobble between the strange angular forms of the mineral sentinels to a pass where I find a breathtaking view. Below, there's a series of valleys, and in the distance, higher summits disappearing into a pearly mantle of clouds. Once again, I'm captivated by the beauty of this adrift world. Truly, I never expected the end to be so magnificent. A terrible, fascinating, unpredictable beauty like that of the ancient gods, wrathful and capricious. My mother, who wasn't very religious, said somberly that Shiva's hand had come to stroke our heads, but her sister, Auntie Uma, had a whole heap of weird theories. She said that this was only the beginning of the Pralaya and that it would be another 1,000 years before humanity would be completely wiped out. I remember her depiction. I remember her depiction of the apocalypse. It terrified me when I was a child. She said, "There will be no rain for 100 years. It's happening, though. The food will be gone. The people will devour each other. The sun will draw the moisture from seas, bodies, and land, but will not return it. Then there will be 100 years of winds and another 100 years of rains, and then it will start again. At the end of that, humanity will be no more." I wonder what you'd think, Sam. I never told you about Auntie Uma, and I told you so little of my parents. Soon I'll find you again, my little angel, and we can talk. But first, I'll hold you tight in my arms a long time. A very long time. As I look over the land, trying to see the best path to take, I notice a strange phenomenon. In the valley, spiky with the gloomy shapes of burnt trees, there's a large grove that's still green. Green? That's impossible. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Oh, we found a good area. I've blinked several times. It's still there. Green like moss. Like life, death, hope. Green. It must be the hunger giving me hallucinations. I need... I have to get closer. It's not a big detour considering the direction, which I'm guessing is southeast. I quickly figure out a passable route which seems to head that way. I hope this is a good decision for us. I head down a small slope, continuing to wonder about the curiosity. The ground is flat at the beginning and I move fast, but after a few kilometers I start tripping over blackened branches and roots hidden under a carpeting of ashes. And the terrain starts to climb again, making the task even harder. I follow the remains of some fencing which seems to have bounded old pastures. There are even a few electric pylons in the remnants of ruined housing. Did we really find a good area? I enter some of them carefully in search of medical supplies, but there's nothing in them but dust and sometimes skeletons, human and bovine, crammed in if for want of anything better. When I reach the top of a small hill, I check my position in relation to the grove. I'm startled to find it right ahead of me, a few 100 meters away. That's strange. I was sure it would be on my left. Could I have got the wrong hill? Shit. I check my direction. Looking back, I can make out the pass where I was a few hours earlier. No matter how I turn the problem around in my head, I'm sure it didn't stray. What's going on? Oh no, are we gonna be lost because we've tried to follow this area? I'm moving cautiously toward the leafy mass, the color of which is now I can see it closer at hand, decidedly green, when suddenly I stopped, stunned. The grove has moved. Oh shit. It's as if it was slowly moving to the east. I shake my head. This time I'm fairly certain I'm losing my mind. We used to hear phrases like the forest is receding or the plant life has moved. But in reality, the trees didn't move. They stayed right where they were. And they died. Yet these ones were very much alive and they're moving. Now a group of trees separates from the grove and comes toward me. Oh, they're people! After standing amazed for some time, I finally understand what I'm seeing. These are people. Hundreds of people. They're carrying in huge backpacks shrubs and plants of different sizes and types. I hope they're good people. Please be good people. They use wooden carts to carry trees, some of them pretty big. Roots emerge from the earth packs and all around the carriers. I thought it was gonna be like a mirage or something. Roots emerge from the earth packs and all around the carriers. The people are clad in clothes of gray and brown. You'd swear they'd merge with the plants. Soft filaments stretch out between them and stretching and relaxing with the rhythm of their movement, with the smoothness of a vast living organ. The vision of this human grove isn't much less disturbing than the thought of moving trees, but the small group coming toward me don't seem aggressive. I wait for them to reach me. I save my strength even though I'm sure I'm not sure I'm still able to run away if I need to. As they slowly come nearer, I look for their faces amongst the tangles of roots and moss. My emotions are mixed when I realize I can't see them. What? Here they are in front of me. Beyond a few wooden creaks and the rustling of leaves, they are silent. Their forms blend so well with the roots and branches that I'm unable to make out their actual shapes. Am I dead? I try to say something. Who are you? But the words are hollow. I feel as though I've soiled something sacred. They say nothing. They do nothing. After some searching, I finally see the glimmer of a pupil in the shadow of a thick root. I cling to this gaze, but it remains inscrutable. I shuffle on the spot a little, not knowing what to do. I sit on the ground. Despite the implausible situation, I remain pragmatic and use this movement of suspense to rest a little. The foliage is oddly soothing. I even feel as though I can breathe more easily. It's a sensation I'd forgotten. Are they carrying the cheese on their backs? Like how? Are they big people? The pain in my leg is more bearable. After an indefinite period, one of them, the one I looked in the eye, gives me a sign so imperceptible that I wonder if I've imagined it. Then they all return to the rest of the forest. I wait for another. I decide to follow them. They do nothing to stop me or to encourage me. I'm exhausted and I need help. If I've got the least chance of getting anything to heal my leg or a little water, or even just some indication of which direction to take, I should seize it. We're gonna get lost, but we need to survive. We need food and we need to heal our legs. We reach the outskirts of the strange forest. The bushes, propelled by their carriers, divide to form a passage to a small clearing. I can feel many silent gazes resting on me, but I can't seem to catch any of them. In the middle of the clearing, a majestic tree awaits us. Half a dozen people watch over the tree, which occupies a vast cart filled with earth. Some of the roots are so long that they stretch beyond the vehicle into bags of earth attached to the sides. How did they, manage to get water for the trees? There's a lot. The cart itself is fairly rudimentary with two simple solid wooden wheels, more like an enormous wheelbarrow. The men and women supporting it seems to be its appointed carriers. They all carry on their shoulders or backs bags in which flourish seedlings or small bushes. In the midst of this unlikely troop, balanced on the cart, a woman signals me to come closer. She nods kindly, as a gentle old grandmother might do. The skin of her face is leathery, but her age is not obvious. She exudes good health and compassion. Her hair is full of earth and moss, which doesn't seem to bother her since she beams at me, and I notice that she hasn't many teeth left. Despite the outlandish situation which keeps me on high alert, I can feel my strength abandoning me again. Uh, I greet her respectfully. She continues smiling and nodding as if I'd done nothing. A huge number of questions come to my mind, but this time I'm too exhausted. I can't manage to formulate them and I collapse. Please don't eat me. Please don't feed me to the. Please don't feed me to the forest. Chapter 5, Camille. What do you think, little shoot? When I come around, I'm lying on a bed of leaves. A middle-aged man is cleaning my wound with some kind of moss sponge soaked in warm water and giving off a strong smell of thyme. His scraggy face is topped by a small green bush which spills out the bag he carries on his shoulder. Yes, our wounds are healed. There are other people around, but I can't see their faces. With every touch to the wound, an intense shock runs through me, and I almost pass out several times. When it finally stops, I'm drenched in sweat. The man speaks English in a hushed voice. There, it's almost over. Oh, his name is Slime. That's so cute. He applies a doughy poultice to my leg. I instantly recognize the aroma coming from it. Honey. You've got honey? He laughs, but it's a woman's voice that answers from behind me. We took a little from the bees. Bear League. Aw, that's such a cute name. I don't have the strength to turn around, but the implications of this simple statement leave me stunned. You have bees? Again, it's the other voice that answers me with a sigh. He's a little slow, isn't he, Thyme? Are you sure he didn't bang his head? She appears in my field of vision, a tall woman with thick red hair. She carries a satchel, a tangle of beautiful slim leaves and bunches of white flowers surge out of it. She looks me over with amusement. The healer chuckles again. Don't make fun of the poor man, bear leak. We don't have bees. A few queens have found refuge in the forest. Here, eat this. He gives me three little white pods. As I bite into them, I relish the flavor. My taste buds quickly identify the taste, calling on distant memories. Garlic. Then he slips several deliciously scented heads still attached to their pale green stalks into my hand. Drink, eat, rest. You'll be on your feet tomorrow. They disappear from my view, and I immediately sink into a dreamless sleep. My health improves quickly, maybe because of the garlic. The one called thyme comes to clean my wound and change my poultice. Bear leek is there too. I noticed that they're attached by several long plant fibers, as well as to the other tree and plant carriers. That's so weird. As well as the cloves of garlic, which I chew at regular intervals. Thyme brings me various delicious, nourishing soups and fresh water. When I ask where they found all this, he brushes the question away with a wave of his hand and tells me that I will soon see the elder again, and then I'll have all the answers I wish for. Sure enough, not long after, I'm taken back to the clearing and the old woman with the leathery face. She still smiles at me, as if she hadn't moved since the last time. I noticed that the dense, bushy tree where she sits is connected to other plants by countless strands. Oh, they are. We're at a kind of knot in the great network that stretches through all the plants of this surprising forest. After watching me in silence for some time, she speaks slowly. The ancient. Oh my god. Are we delusional or something now? Welcome to the forest. Do you wish to speak? I do actually have a lot of questions. With a gesture, she invites me to begin. Thank you for healing me. You needed it, that's true. But you didn't need to help me. She doesn't answer immediately. Perhaps you did. Why? She shrugs and smiles, saying no more. How do you manage to grow all this? Manage to grow? She laughs and takes her time answering. I'll have to get used to it. She's in no hurry. The forest grows. We've done nothing for that to happen. We're simply grateful. But it must need a lot of upkeep. From who? Well, from you. You look after the trees. Like, where's your water? Where are the soil? I mean, you're moving. But we are the forest. We just take care of ourselves. The explanation seems naive and a little absurd, but I don't want to offend her. I think I understand. Really? Her smile is enigmatic. And so, you carry the trees? She nods. And in turn, they carry us. Why? She takes a long, deep breath. The world is changing. It's changing too fast. The forest must adapt. We need to move to find new lands. Lands we're better adapted to. Among us, there are beeches and long rooted oaks, rubber plants, elms and willows, all types of hawthorns and fruit trees. There are also pines that lived further south. We're settling them here. We hope they will thrive. At each stage, some stay, others continue. Also, they're a traveling forest, and then some of them stay. That's cool. But the change doesn't stop, so we begin again, and the forest moves again. Um, I'm looking for my family. We were separated a few days ago. I must find them. It's very important. You're right. She takes a deep breath as if to find the right words, but in the end, she simply repeats my own. It's very important. Okay, can you help me? We already have. Yes, thank you, but I meant, can you help me find them? She nods. They are looking for you too. Do you know where they are? They're not far. Not far? Where? I jump to my feet and my injury gives me a painful reminder of the reality of my situation. It's a bad idea to rush into things. You should wait a while. They'll come. Oh, are they gonna find me? Have you seen them? Yes, and more importantly, they saw us. How do you know it was my family? A woman dressed in red with a big stick, with a young boy with a far away gaze. Yes, that's definitely Nora and Sam. Oh shit, where is Rafik and the others? But how? She smiles but doesn't answer. Do they know I'm here? How should I know? We will soon see. Be patient. There was no one else with them? Fudge. The silence that follows my questions seems even longer than the earlier one runs. Her pale gaze silently pierces me. No, there are only those two. Oh no, we lost Rafiq! Rafiq, what's happened to him? How long until they're here? Soon? We still have a little time to talk, if you want. Don't you have other questions? Uh, who are you? Where are you going? We are the forest. But what is your name? My name is Heldrachi, but I am just called the Elder. That's a nice name, Heldrachi. That's a nice Twitch name, a username. She indicates the great plant she shares the cart with as she says this. What are you doing here? Where are you going? We're going east. She interrupts me to finish her phrase. She hadn't finished. I feel a little guilty at cutting her off like that. South. I lift an eyebrow. North. West. You're going everywhere? That's right. She grins at me. Is she making fun of me? Are there other groups like yours? There are several offshoots, but we are one. I can't help but frown with doubt at this simplistic phrase. Where do you get your water? Yes, that's very important to know. We have water carriers among us. We draw them from far away. Then the carriers are responsible for watching over the stocks during the cycles. And that's enough for the whole forest? She smiles as she shakes her head slowly. The trees themselves find the water they need. How? They show us. Here, for example. Here? She nods. You think there's an underground water source where we are right now, is that right? That's right. Because the trees have shown you? I'm skeptical. She strokes her hand over the emerald green needles next to her and repeats, That's right. It's dangerous to stay here. There are armed, aggressive people in this region. I barely managed to escape them. They range this region and the south, and the one south of the mountains. She nods but remains pensive. You shouldn't stay here. They'll come and steal your resources. We have our route and a very strict schedule. We cannot deviate. But aren't you afraid of attacks? She shrugs. Our mission is too important. Nothing can stop it. And if it must, the forest will defend itself. I glance around at the hundreds of pairs of eyes that watch us, the ears that listen to us, and at all the branches and the leaves. This is probably the biggest group of humans I've encountered since the start of my journey, and undeniably the most flourishing. I realize that I don't really know what their defensive capabilities. I don't have any more questions. That's good. Take the time to rest yourself. Yeah, that's true. They can defend themselves. There's a lot of them. After this surreal conversation, a few smiling shrubs escort me to the edge of this strange forest. The sky is still overcast. The sharp crests of the surrounding peaks slip like ghosts through the fog. I try to organize my thoughts. I try to get my bearings. Suddenly, two familiar forms emerge from the swirling mists. My heart beats stronger and faster. Without me even realizing, my legs are carrying me toward them. Sam, Nora. I can see their shapes more and more clearly, but I don't dare to believe it, because if it turned out I was wrong, if this was nothing but a cruel fantasy from my tottering mind, a mirage, I couldn't live with that. The smaller shape starts running toward me, but the larger holds him back, and I guess she shares my caution. I wave to them, I shout their names, my loves. When I finally see their faces, the universe shakes and rattles. Holy shit. I thought something was gonna happen. A tiny yet gigantic sound, the rustling that infinite pieces of puzzle would make as they all at once found their rightful place in the perpetual movement of everything. Sam, his small head pressed against my chest, my joy, my whole reason for being, held in this tiny fledgling body. Nora, at last your scent fills my nostrils. We hold each other, we fall down, we laugh, we roll, we cling together. I want more. I need more. It's so simple. Couldn't we just stay like this, rolling on the ground? Living and dying together here, doing nothing more than breathing each other in. It's so simple. It's enough to do nothing, say nothing, be happy. At last, Sam is the first to say something. Daddy. I laugh. I cry, shaken by intense joy. I love you. I love you too, Daddy. Tell me, I'm not a ghost, am I? No. Can you see me too, Nora? I see you, Camille. She holds me even tighter. I feel you. You're here. I love you. I'm happy. That's good. Our laughter echoes through the fog filled valley. If this is an illusion, that's fine. I'll settle for that. The moment is long, paused, rapturous, suspended between now and later, with soothing languor. And then finally, a reality finally intrudes again, and Nora asks me reluctantly, right, what's going on in this valley? What are all these trees? Oh, yes, seeing as I'm not the ghost, I'd better try to explain it to you. But first, tell me, where's Rafik? Rafik's fine. He stayed further east in a little village. Let's go! Whew. He's helping refugees get through the mountains with a group of people, good people. It's easy to picture Rafik taking care of lost, exhausted refugees, giving them back hope. Him, so comforting with his wide shoulders, his deft hands, his gaze so piercing and deep, and at its depth, that gentleness, like a sanctuary, and that quiet certainty that we're equals. Rafik, he has it right there, deep in his eyes, humanity. That sounds like him. Uncle Rafik's got a friend, has he? Yes, a man who gives food and water to the lost people. Nora gives a grunt of disapproval. We don't really know what that guy's motives are. Oh, someone else, huh? He's some kind of preacher. He likes to be called father, but I think he's probably a fraud. Rafik's teamed up with a priest? Surprising. As you say. But look, they really hit it off. But you didn't? No, not really. I wanted to turn back with Sam. We were worried about you. We couldn't stand it. Thank you for coming to find me. Well, at least they found me, right? Fine. Now, how about you? What's going on here? Trees, plants, but carried by people. I fell in with them by accident. What they do is crazy. The grove, the roots that burst from the bags and connect the people, the elder, thyme and bear leak. I know I'm a bit muddled. The more I try to explain events, the more I realize how unreal they seem. By the end, Nora's even more skeptical than I was, but Sam's thrilled. Can we go down and see them? I don't know. I glance at the valley. The forest is still there. I have a hunch. Yes, I think they're waiting for us. They're probably waiting for Sam. Oh, there's kids! The welcome is very different this time. A flock of bushy, budding children come to greet us. They skip and jump around us. The questions come thick and fast. Where are you from? You're strange. Where are your trees? They talk mostly to Sam, who doesn't understand English well. A little girl with as many flowers as hairs on her head asks if he wants to come and play. What did she say, Daddy? She asked if you want to play with them. Can I? Yes, but don't go too far. I think it's good that Sam can play with people his own age. Sam follows her and she spends a few minutes demonstrating with gestures the rules of a clever game, a mix of hiding seek and red light, green light. That's just a recipe for Squid Games. I think it's a bad decision that we let Sam play with these kids. They laugh a lot. Sam's not used to it. He's completely confused but clearly happy. As we walk, Nora asks me, do you know where their water supplies are? The elder spoke of water carriers. I think they're right in the heart of the forest. Hmm, out of sight. Probably. Do you know if they have livestock? There are bees. And probably other insects. I thought I heard bird song, but I might have imagined it. Camille, I meant draft or herd animals. Oh, we both laugh at my mistake. She presses herself against me. I put my hand around her waist. I haven't seen any, but it's impossible. But it's possible. Anything is possible for these people, I think. Maybe they're vegetarians or vegans. What do you think they mean to do about us? I think they're just a bunch of oddballs. Maybe they want to recruit us. I think we're just a distraction in their path. Yeah. You don't think they'd want us to join their community? I'd be surprised. They have a very spiritual approach. I don't think we'd fit in with that. Oh, I can be very spiritual when I want to be. That's undeniable, especially if there's plenty of food and water thrown in for a while. Fair enough, but something tells me it won't be that simple. When we reach the edge of the forest, I see with surprise that some kind of feast is being prepared near a crackling fire, surrounded by big rocks. Lots of people are busy with what looks like some kind of celebration. The food, exclusively plant based, yeah, vegans, is prepared in clay pots or sometimes presented on big leaves on the great flat stone being used as a table. The elder and her tree are there, still smiling. She gestures us to approach. Well, I think they do actually have something to ask us. Our host is talking with another woman whose copious hair mingles with the plant fibers that flow around her in a pale tangle. I like her design. Bunches of little brown mushrooms grow in the bag she carries on her shoulders. These are the visitors I speak of, Silo. Uh, nice to meet you. This Silo approaches us and studies us carefully without a word. I guess she's going to give us the silent treatment as well, but I hadn't taken Nora's tactfulness into account. Too close. What? You're too close. It's uncomfortable. Silo squints. Annoyed? No, she gives a booming laugh. I like you. What's your name? It's because they're the same people. Nora, you're Silo, right? That's right. Come, tell me your story. She leads Nora away, offers her a bowl of cold soup and sits near her, but not too near. Nora signals Sam to come back close to us. He obeys straight away. I notice that she hasn't touched the food until she's seen our hosts eating, and it's only after tasting it herself that she signals Sam to eat. My story. Are you sure? How much time have you got? I've got plenty of time, and you don't look so very old. Thanks, that's good to hear. And yet my life may have been short, but it has certainly been eventful. Is that a good thing? Frankly, given the choice, I'd have preferred the events to be rather less eventful occasionally. How interesting. Tell me, where should I begin? Any idea, Camille? Laura grew up in the desert. Laura grew up in the desert. The desert? It's becoming something else now. A terrifying monster, an unlife, but I remember a time when the desert was alive. A place I loved to live in. We've known some desert cypresses. Nora nods, moved. I recall the cypresses, and the date palms, the dome palms, and the acacias whose gum I kept as long as I could. And the desert thyme, the sandbird, the bajra, and the fezu. We still have those. All of them? Maybe not, but thyme, that's for certain. And also the sandbur, a perennial grass with little tufts that stick to everything, right? Yes, do you have it here? No, in another group, but last time I saw it, it seemed to be thriving. There's a wonder in Nora's smile that speaks of the nostalgia that this news inspires in her. Maybe I could come across this other group someday soon. I have to say that's unlikely. Why? Nora's smile freezes, giving her a sudden predatory look. Oh, yes? Sally remains silent as the elder rests her piercing gaze on me. Still, we'd like to go with you for a while. Isn't it possible to join us to the forest? Tell me why. Tell me why we're really here. A long silence follows my question. We hear the air rustling through the leaves. We wanted to offer you help. What kind of help? The forest could accept the child within it. The child? You mean my son? Yes, he's still young enough. He can learn. Yes, fine, I get it. Silo stifles a giggle. I won't abandon my son. I agree with Nora. That's out of the question. You're agreed? Nora and I look at each other. Yes, we're agreed. Yes. All three of you. Him too? Her gaze rests on Sam. He studies his feet. We've decided for our son. Oh? Why? Because he's not big enough to decide. What's size got to do with anything? Oof. I mean, he's not old enough. He seems old enough to have an opinion. What do you think, little shoot? Oh, that's the title of the That's the title of the chapter. Sam looks up, and his eyes, so big, so dark, bore through the elder and all of the forest, driving these people watching him to silence, breathless. I hadn't noticed how strong he'd become. Sam, my child, my baby. How could I have missed that? My name is Sam. Very well, Sam. The elder smiles and nods, encouraging him to continue. I might be a shoot, but I can see both worlds. The one that everyone sees and another one too, which doesn't exist anymore. A murmur runs through the gathering. I can see among you little green stemmed trees with needles instead of leaves, and fir trees too, all silver underneath with branches all that go up. The Scots pines and Turkish firs that didn't make it through the drought. You have the gift of second sight? She turns to Silo, who straightened up and watches Sam with fresh interest. He doesn't say more. Silo moves closer to him. She gazes into his unfathomable eyes. The moment lasts an eternity. Yes, yes, he's a seer. Silo has powers too. She puts her hands to Sam's face and speaks softly. Poor little Sprout, you and I have seen more than all the others here put together. Oh shit, she's also a seer. I can teach you how to navigate between the worlds without running afoul of the reefs. I'd like that, but only if you can accept my parents too. I want them with me. The muttering between the trees increases again. The elder raises a hand and gathers several people around her who she speaks quietly with. Salo gives a mischievous grin. Fine, fine. Nora and I glance at each other, astonished. She didn't see this coming either. Suddenly, the elder's powerful voice rings out. Your condition is accepted, Sam. As seer, you will take the way of the shamans. Nora and Camille, you will be at the heart of the group, with the water bearers. Welcome to the forest. I'm so relieved. We'll be able to stay together, safe from hunger and thirst, for some time at least. Nora grips Sam's shoulders and asks him in a hushed voice, Where did you get that idea from? Sam shrugs. I was thinking of what Uncle Rafiq said. Epilogue, Sam. Oh! This is an ending. What do you read in the lines? We said goodbye to all the trees we'd planted here. Many people wept as they said goodbye, especially to the elder's tree, for it had been there longer than anyone. And after the forest left, slowly like a great, heavy boulder, all its feet began to walk. It made a sound like thunder. The trees with all their branches and leaves and the carts too. The dust and the ashes flew up everywhere and stayed floating in the air in front of our eyes. Just like that, the forest was gone, and went with it Daddy, Mommy, and me. Lots of things happened after. I joined the other children. Silo teaches us lots of stuff. She gives lessons almost every day. She gives lessons almost every day. We learn how the trees and the animals live, but how to count too and read and write. I like the lessons a lot, and I've made a lot of friends. They're great, especially Bill. She's a strange girl, Bill. She's bigger than me with lots of tangled yellow hair. Her name's Bilberry, but we call her Bill. Then there's Lindy, who's little but who runs really fast. Barley, who talks all the time, and Arista, who's a bit mean sometimes, but not all the time. Daddy and Mommy live in a different part of the forest, with the water carriers. The forest is very organized. The trees are connected with tendrils, the cymelium, or something like that. That's what Silo said. With that, they hear each other, even the ones that are far away. The oldest trees make kind of knots which send out information and emotions around them. Everyone has their place and their role in the forest. The climbers, the shade makers, the windbreaks. There's a place for the researchers too. The grafts and the rootstock, they're big, but they're always happy when we go see them. It's the most secret place in the forest. They've got lots of seeds. They're very, very careful with them. And me? I have special lessons because I can see more than the others. Silo says it's because I'm a shaman like her. I see animals and plants that don't exist anymore. I tell Silo about them. She listens and tells me the names of the things I see. There are stags and does, rabbits, all sorts of birds, bears, boars. There are people too. Salo teaches me to meditate, and sometimes she burns a pinch of awakening powder, and amazing things happen. I can go where I want. But I decided not to do this kind of meditation anymore. Oh, I even went to see Uncle Rafiq. He was so surprised to see me. Sam, is that you? What are you? Hello, Uncle. I throw myself into his arms. He spins me around like when I was little. Hey, buddy, what are you doing here? And where are we actually? I looked around us. We're in the desert surrounded by sand dunes. It's beautiful. I think we're in your dream. Oh, it's a dream? Yes, are you okay, Uncle Rafiq? I guess. And you, buddy? I'm fine. Are you still in the mountains? Yes, I'm still in the mountains with Tiago. Oh, are you still helping the people who are lost? Yep, there's a lot of work, but we manage. But where are you? Daddy and Mommy and me were in the forest. The forest, okay. This dream's getting weirder and weirder. Uncle Rafiq always makes me laugh. Isn't it too dangerous for you? Of course it's dangerous. We get shot at nearly every day. Oh no, he's still on the run. I keep thinking that at some point those torturing sons of bitches will have used up all their bullets, but in the meanwhile, it's dangerous, that's for sure. You know why they're so mean? Mean? I don't even know if they're mean. They're just real morons. But there's no point trying to understand. People do stupid stuff. There's a guy who says something like that we're just monkeys. Monkeys. Yep, monkeys with guns. You're waking up, Uncle. I wanted to tell you that we're doing fine anyway. Remember that, okay? Wake up, remember, you're doing fine, okay? I hug him tight. He kisses me. Thanks, Sam. After that, I cross the sky to return to the forest. The awakening powder is always incredible, but Silo says we have to be very, very careful with it. She says that she'll teach me to make it when I'm a little bit older. On the days when Silo doesn't do lessons, I go to visit Mommy and Daddy. We spend time together. They don't really understand how the forest works, but they help out the best they can. Like the other water carriers, they don't have a tree. I've got a little golden leaf maple now. Oh, so he carries his own tree now. When the forest stops, we often go walking together. That day, it was just Daddy and me. Mommy had stayed back to help prepare the earth. We're not far from a coast, but the air is still full of ashes. Daddy seems to have his mind fixed on something as we walk. Are you okay, Daddy? Yes, I have a feeling I know this place. Really? Hey, Mark, thank you for the lurk. We're near an old, broken up, very straight road. I know that there used to be a big forest all around here, but it burned down a long time ago. Nothing could grow back because the ground is too dry. Far away, I can see the ruins of a little village that was also destroyed by the terrible fires. How could this be possible? What? What is it, Daddy? Sam, how many days has the forest been going west? 23 days. It will soon be one moon. Already? Why didn't I see this sooner? Do you see this road here? Oh no, is this where we left the couple earlier? He points out the almost invisible traces of an old track that winds along the trunks, blackened with cold ashes. I can see it as it used to be, lined with. I can see it as it used to be. Yes, it looks like the path to my house. Oh, we used to live here. Your house? When I was little. Oh my god, that's so scary. I think he hardly believes it himself. He starts walking faster and faster, following the path. I do my best to keep up, but my eyes are drawn to the blurry shapes that wander at the edges of the village ruins. Daddy doesn't see them, of course. When I catch up with him, he stopped at the entrance of an abandoned house. The walls are blackened and the roof entirely burnt away, but I can see that it's pretty big. There's still a heap of half-burnt objects inside. Daddy goes inside slowly. I follow him. On a piece of furniture, there's a big square of broken glass and melted plastic. What's that? A TV. At least it was. Oh yes, there were pictures inside it, right? That's right. We didn't watch anything very interesting, but my parents still couldn't live without it. Daddy begins searching through the drawers. He pulls out some papers that dissolve into dust straight away. Finally, he finds and gestures me to come closer. Look, it's a photo. I go nearer to look at the picture Daddy's showing me. Oh, he looks like his dad. It's stained and a little burned, but you can still see the people on it. There's a beautiful lady who looks like Daddy, a smiling man with sad eyes, a little girl with pretty straight black hair, and a boy, a bit bigger, who looks a lot like me. Who's the little girl? Romaine, my little sister. We hardly ever printed onto paper anymore at the time, but my parents were kind of traditional. It's amazing this one escaped the fire. Wow, that's a nice excuse to print, to make prints. Daddy's eyes shine. He sighs and continues his tour of the house while I'm immersed in studying the photo again. The people look very strange to me. It's mostly that they're dressed oddly. Still, I find something familiar in their faces. When I look up, she's in front of me, the lady in the photo. She gestures me to follow her and she speaks softly to me. Are you Sam? Are you Daddy's mom? She nods, smiling. I turn to Daddy, but he's too far away to hear me. In any case, he wouldn't see her. It can't be easy for you, Sam. What can't? She repeats. It can't be easy for you. I shrug. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard, but it's like that for everyone, isn't it? It was easier for us. Adults often say that, but I'm not so sure. She looks at me, but I don't really know if she sees me. Sometimes it's easy for me too, especially now I've got friends. She takes my hand, she strokes it and looks at it. What are you looking at? You know what, you know that, Camille. I can read the lines of the hand. So she thinks that Sam is Camille. And Sam got his powers? His powers from his grandma. I'm not Camille, I'm Sam. My daddy's Camille. She smiles at me. What do you read in the lines? The future. I look too, but all I can see is my hand. And what does it say? She closes my hand gently and looks at me, her eyes filled with tears. It says the end, poor little angel. The end of my line, of all the lines. They make me laugh, adults sometimes, as if we didn't already know. I'm not that stupid, I know that. She looks at me surprised and suddenly vanishes. Daddy's come over, he grips my shoulder and looks toward the entrance as if hypnotized. There's a silhouette in the frame. It's a lady. This one's alive and she looks a lot like my daddy. Achievement unlocked, Forest. Achievement unlocked, Left Behind. Achievement unlocked, The Spanish Inn. Achievement unlocked, Through the Swarm. Achievement unlocked, Family Reunion. Oh, we got a lot of achievements. Oh. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Okay, so we got a lot of achievements. So there are 4 endings. There are 4 endings in this game. These are endings. And then these are situations. These are also situations, I guess. Oh, interesting. So there are a lot more endings to go. There are 3 more endings to go and a lot more so these are endings, like then these are like, what do you call this? Maybe about the people, how many people or something, and then these are extra stuff we could get. Okay, that is interesting. Okay, so we finished the end of lines. Yeah. That was a very weird ending we got. Very unexpected ending. We got the okay. It's because we kept choosing the panther. I think it's the panther. This I think, yeah. I think it's because we keep choosing the panther options. So we eventually got to this ending. Ah, okay. Okay. So we got the Panther ending. Uh yeah, so that's it. That's it for your stream. It's